Hello, and welcome to Walking and Talking in Video Games. My name is Dova, and this is a series where I will walk around video games and try to talk you to sleep as we follow my ADHD brain wherever it decides to go. Tonight we're going to be walking around Ark Survival Evolved, and I have the settings turned down really low because, well, this is actually the third time I've tried to record this, as the first two times went very, very poorly. The first time, I kid you not when I say that I was only able to record about 1 frame per minute because I had my settings up as high as they would go, and the game ran just fine, but my computer certainly did not. Let's go ahead and get started. So yes, I apologize that the game looks a little primitive. It kind of reminds me of Halo 1 graphics back on the original Xbox. But it's still pretty. I mean, look at the reflections on the water are still gorgeous. And the dinosaurs still look pretty good too. Also, I apologize if I end up moving my camera a bit too quickly. I'm used to playing this game in, well, a survival kind of way, and not super used to playing in a way that's calming. But I did change the settings so that the dinosaurs don't even know that I'm here. So they'll still behave in their normal way as if I don't even exist. So it will remain a mostly peaceful experience. Well, it will remain a peaceful experience. If the dinosaurs around us end up attacking each other, I will of course turn down the volume so that it does not disturb you as you're trying to sleep. But I'm really excited to just have a nice explorative walk around this world. It's such a beautiful game, even at these graphics. I have a lot of love in my heart for this game. Well, love and hate, I suppose. I have cried over this game, mostly because I have a hard time emotionally handling it when it's out of my control. Like, awful things happen and they're out of my control. Like, this game is, as great as it is, it's packed full of bugs. And those bugs can make it devastating at times, to say the least. There have been quite a few times when I have lost everything to an unfortunate bug. There was one. So it's kind of funny looking back on it now, but it was absolutely not funny at the time. But there was one bug where, so this game, if you're not familiar with the anti-cheat features in this game, it has an anti-meshing feature where if you try to mesh into the ground, basically like go underneath the ground or into the terrain, it will automatically kill you, assuming you're not using like the ghost cheat or something like that. And the purpose of that is to prevent people in multiplayer games, like the PvP especially, from being able to clip underneath the ground and get places they aren't supposed to be, to cheat. Well, I was playing a single player world and was not trying to cheat, but I was riding, so I had a Sarcosuchus, Sarcosuchus, which is an alligator or crocodile type dinosaur or creature. And it is extremely fast in the water. So I was riding it through a river and just minding my business, shooting through this river, and I ran into a rock on accident. And I guess I ran into this rock a little too hard because the game decided that I was clearly trying to clip into the ground and cheat, and it automatically killed my Sarco, whom I had quite the emotional attachment to at the time. And it devastated me. And I wasn't the type to cheat in a new dinosaur. Well, I don't think, this was my first playthrough. I don't even think I knew the cheats at the time. But all I knew was loss in that moment, and a completely unfair loss at that. I was very, very upset. And then another time that the man, it's called getting arced when this game just completely screws you over and you have absolutely no control over the situation. But there was another time when I was playing on a multiplayer server that was online all the time. And while I was offline, I think I was just like, well, it doesn't really matter what I was doing. I had a life. So whenever I logged back in, I found myself dead. And I had no idea why, because I had logged off safely in my house, in my bed. And whenever I checked the tribe logs to see what had happened, it turned out that a raptor had killed me. So I spawned back in, and sure enough, there's a raptor in my bed. Just, all the doors to my house were closed. I had no idea how this guy had gotten in. He must have just spawned there somehow. And that's not supposed to happen because around player structures there's supposed to be a limit to things spawning. Not just dinosaurs, but also like plants and things like that too. But this guy did not care about that. I think there's a parasaur stuck in a rock over there. Yep, sure is. Oh no, he's just stuck on a tree. No big deal. But yeah, this raptor did not care at all that he was not supposed to be there inside my house, and he completely obliterated me while I was, and it only happened an hour before I got online. So, but because it was an hour before, all of my stuff had already despawned. I think our server settings were set up so that whenever you died, your bag stayed on the ground for about 45 minutes. But, so I just barely missed it. Which was really, really unfortunate because I had a bunch of things on my body that I really liked. Really good weapons that I had found and things like that. But you pick up, you move on. It's kind of like real life. Sometimes things happen and it uproots your entire life. And there's not much you can do about it. But pick up and move on and try to make things better. Speaking of Sarcos, here's one right now. So this was the alligator, and he's not moving at his full speed, but they can move really fast. Let me see if I can get on his back and take a ride. I know I can get on the backs of turtles, but he's avoiding me, I think. There we go. Nope. That's okay. I'll let him be. He doesn't even know I exist. You just feel invisible weight on his back. There's some parasaurs. This is like a safari. And on your right, oh, sorry, above you actually, you'll see a Paraceratherium. These guys are not my favorite. They're like, oh, actually I don't even want to say what they look like, but I'm sure you can imagine where my brain goes. They're ugly, ugly. I mean, all the love, buddy, but you're not the most attractive creature. Here's a snake, a titanoboa. You know what? They're kind of fat. Like, you would think that for their width, like if you think about real life snakes, this guy is definitely overweight. He's eating well. But I guess when you're a snake that big, that it's easy to find prey that's smaller than you. But this game is full of extremely, upsetting, dangerous things. And if you are not prepared for it, it will absolutely ruin your fun. And there's so many things. Obviously, I'm not getting attacked right now because everything is set to ignore me, but especially in an area like this, the swamp, there will be battle music playing left and right because there's just so much here that will jump you. And speaking of attacking, something. I think that snail is. Oh, there he is. Oh, poor guy. Here's a Dilophosaur. I have read that they don't actually have these frills. Of course, they have them in Jurassic Park, which is my guess as to why they have them in this game too. Probably took the same inspiration, but they sure look cool with them. I like the frilled lizard thing. One day well, I kind of had this goal as a kid, so I really love dragons, and I had this goal that I wanted to, throughout my life, own one of every reptile that's named after a dragon. So bearded dragon, Chinese water dragon, a frilled dragon. There's this little gliding lizard too that's called a dragon. Something. But I don't have that dream anymore because that is a massive commitment and a whole lot of responsibility that I am okay not engaging in, especially since to actually pull that off, I would probably have to have multiple at a time throughout my life. And I want to, of course, keep my animal ownership to a manageable amount. But this was also around the time that I was watching a bunch of pet YouTubers, and they all have like 50 to 100 plus pets. And that is not something to aspire to. I don't even, at least back at that time, pet YouTubers weren't even that popular. Like, they had a good amount of, all the ones that I watched had like in the hundreds of thousands of subscribers at most. There was only, I think, one with 1 million, which was kind of crazy to me because animals are a pretty popular thing. But, well, and this was just like the pet YouTubers that owned exotics, which was what I was really interested in because exotics are my favorite type of pet, other than dogs. Dogs are amazing, but other than dogs, I prefer exotics over cats, over livestock, etc., etc. I just really find them intriguing. And by exotics, I mean like, I'm sure there's a specific definition for it that I don't know, but basically like the pets that you don't automatically generally think about when you like reptiles, small mammals, birds, bugs even. And I'm not huge on owning bugs, though I would consider a jumping spider because they are absolutely adorable. But I've always loved, I've wanted a snake since I was maybe like under 10 years old, I think. Like, I wanted a snake for a really, really long time before I finally got one in college. And it's maybe a decision that not that I regret it. Not at all. But the snake that I ended up with has such an attitude and does not like hanging out with me, which was the thing I was most excited about, was being able to just like exist with her. have her wrapped around me, moving around me, and I was extremely excited to build her terrarium as well because I don't know, I find it's like interior design but for an animal, and I really love enriching my animals' lives. Like I spent $100 on a 50-foot tube for my ferrets just so that they could have something to play with, and I have absolutely zero regrets about that. But with the ferrets, I only recently learned that they have a 5 to 7 year or so lifespan. I thought all this time, I've had them, they're 5 years old now, and I've had them since they were 2. And all this time, I thought that they lived as long as a dog, and I don't know where I picked up that information, because I must have misread something somewhere, because I looked it up again recently and I checked multiple sources and they all pretty much unanimously said it's more like a 5 to 7 year lifespan. And that absolutely crushed me because, like I said, my ferrets are already 5 years old, which means they're seniors, and that makes me sad. But I hope I've given them a good life. And I think they're happy. I love them to death. They're the most precious little babies. They're so adorable. They're like little teddy bears. Their little teddy bear faces and ears, and they're just so precious, so sweet. One of them is deaf, and she's so funny. She can be louder than the dogs sometimes because she will scratch. If she wants out of her cage, she will scratch at the plastic, and it is extremely loud because she will sit there and she will do it for like 20 minutes before she gets tired. And ferrets sleep 20 hours a day, but if she's not where she wants to be, even if she's out of her cage but just like in a playpen or something, or she's wandering around the house and she wants to get into a room that the door's closed, she will sit there and she will scratch. And so even though they sleep for 20 hours a day, well, I think it's more like 16 to 20, but all those hours that she's not asleep, she's scratching at something. So she can be a bit of a riot, but it's crazy how a deaf ferret can be the loud one. Although it does make sense because she has no concept of how loud she's being. But then the other one, her name is Mocha. She's my baby. She's like my heart ferret, my soul ferret. Oh, poor guy, he's bloody. But she loves belly scratches, and this is something that started up kind of recently, like within the past year or two. But she absolutely loves belly scratches, and she's got a really pudgy belly right now because it's winter and she's got her winter body. But she'll turn over and I'll scratch her belly, and if I hit just the right spot, it's just like a dog. She'll beat her, like throw her leg. What do you call that? She does the leg thing that dogs do when you hit just the right spot. But because she's on her belly, she'll just do it in the air rather than like thumping on the ground. I can't tell where that sound is coming from. Or that roar. There's a white drop. Maybe I should be talking about the terrain a little more. I'm just kind of wandering. That Tapahara down there is in the water and not flying anywhere. Silly dinosaurs. But to your left, you'll see a white drop. And to your right, you'll see a cliff. I'd like to get down there and maybe walk along the water again. But am not sure. Goodness, he's loud. I'm gonna have to find a pathway down. This map is so big. I've just been wandering in circles, I think, but I could easily probably spend hours walking at this speed. Probably spend hours getting from one point to the other. I don't want to fall. I'll walk the long way around. What else? Oh, did any of you grow up playing video games like your entire life, or did you get into it later on? I remember my first video game was Halo 1, and my dad got me into it because he was a gamer. He's not really anymore, but although he was pretty into golf with your friends for a little while whenever I introduced it to him. But I remember, well, maybe Halo 1 wasn't my first game ever, but because I also had a Game Boy Advance. I never had the original Game Boy, and that was mostly just a matter of, it's not that I was too young to have a Game Boy or a Game Boy Color, but I just think I wasn't that interested in video games until after Halo 1 and then around the time that the Game Boy Advance was released. Although I can't remember which one of those actually came first, but I do remember we had the original Xbox, of course, and then I had, for my Game Boy Advance, I had the Tom and Jerry game, and I had this Pac-Man game, and then I had Mario Party. But that version of Mario Party was kind of awful, and I feel like it must have been the first one because I don't remember there being a number. Like, you know, there's Mario Party 8 is one of the Wii versions, or Super Mario Party is one of the Switch versions. I don't remember there being like a number or an extra word, but one of the Mario Parties anyway for Game Boy Advance. And it was kind of poorly designed because unless I was just doing it wrong, but you could only, at least in the single player mode, I don't even remember if there was a multiplayer mode. I didn't have anyone to play it with if there was, but in the single player mode, you could only, basically if you ran out of dice rolls, so you only had like a certain number or something, and you had to land in the right spaces to earn more. And if you ran out, you were just done. You couldn't continue the game. So trying to make it through the entirety of the single player mode was nearly impossible unless you just got extremely lucky rolls. So I, of course, did not make much progress on my Game Boy, but I picked up the game again. Shoot, but at this point it might have been like 10 years ago, but still, I was playing an emulator on my phone, and in this emulator you could kind of cheat. You could basically like make a save and then go back to the save. So you would save right before a dice roll, and then if the roll didn't go the way that you wanted, you would just go back to the save, which you couldn't do this in the game, in the actual physical game on the Game Boy. But so this was totally cheating. The other nice thing about the emulator is you could speed things up, make it go faster instead of taking forever to do things. But like the animations and the movements. But so that's how I finally beat the game on my phone, was I cheated. I used the save function to redo my dice rolls when necessary. And you know what? I stand by that decision because I do not know how I would have been able to get anywhere without it. Because, oh, I wonder why he's not running. Now he's trying. But I don't understand how you're supposed to be. If anyone knows if you're having a, Well, I want you to sleep. I want you to prioritize trying to sleep first and foremost, but if you happen to be on your phone at the moment or whatever you're using to watch this and know anything about that Mario Party game, maybe you could tell me something that I'm missing, or I could just look it up. I might do that. But I haven't thought about the game, until now, I hadn't thought about the game in years, so it's not really that big of a deal to me. But interesting at least. But then, so the other thing is, right, the Game Boy Advance didn't have a backlight. So the only way to see it at night was if you had lights on or like something shining directly onto it. So my mom my mom was so precious. She was she was worried about my eyes, but not in the way that made her think that it was a good idea to take away the Game Boy. Instead, she bought me a light that you clip onto it and a magnifier that you clip onto it. And you couldn't use both attachments at once, unfortunately. But the magnifier helped you, well, in obvious ways. You could see the screen better, make it a little bigger for yourself. And then the light helped because there was no backlight. And it was such a revelation when I got my DS Lite and years later, and it had a light and I could actually see it at night, and I could sneakily play my DS when I was supposed to be asleep before school. Actually, I got into an accidental habit for a while in, I think this was either middle school or high school, where I would sleep until 1 a.m. and then I would wake up at 1 a.m. and grab my DS off the charger and then just play it until 5 or 6, and I was supposed to wake up for school. And those were the days back when having a sleep schedule like that wasn't absolutely punishing to my body. It definitely is now. I could not handle that now. But I actually really enjoyed that. I'm such a night owl because I really prefer the peace of existing at night when the world is asleep. And so that was perfect for me because I could just just play my game in peace and silence. It was lovely. Oh, I miss peace. Having a full-time job, having to exist during the day when everyone else is awake, drive when everyone else is driving, and the roads are horrible. I feel like I haven't. It's hard to find peace in the world sometimes. But I certainly look for it where I can. And right now, this is something that's peaceful for me. It's a bit meditative, just talking to myself for hours. And sometimes, I mean, I'm sure you've noticed, I have a lot of pauses. I'm not a great speaker, but as long as I can follow my brain on the many tangents that it goes on, my brain has such a strong ability to go from topic to topic to topic. And I know that's a big part of ADHD brains, but it's definitely handy for something like this. And I hope you're enjoying it. I I think it's I hope I'm keeping you engaged. I'm certainly keeping myself engaged. But I also like being able to just walk around like this. And I have no idea where I'm going. I am not really paying attention. I'm just walking in directions. Probably should stop and take a look at the scenery some more. Such a beautiful game. I have so many memories of this game, like so many nostalgic, wonderful memories among the awful ones. Uh, Memories of things like hunting wyvern eggs and searching for the phoenix on scorched earth with my friends. I've made a lot of good friends through this game. I don't talk to most of them anymore, but still, the times that we did share were great. And so many awful memories of things like being taken off my mount by thylacolios and microraptors and the badgers whose names I forget at this moment. Being attacked by a dinosaur and killed, and then you can't get back to your stuff because that dinosaur is guarding it. Or jellyfish holding your mount captive and you can't get it back and you can't get it to... It can't kill the jellyfish because it's frozen by the jellyfish, and it can't get away from the jellyfish because it's frozen by the jellyfish, and so all you can do is helplessly watch it die. Oh, good times. This game is so... something else. But... I've got such a soft spot in my heart for this game, despite all the trauma that it's put me through. I actually started up a new playthrough of it a couple months ago, a few months ago, because I've never actually beaten the bosses completely by myself with just my dinos. I'm not really sure why. Every time I've done it, I've been with other people, other tribes who have their own dinos. And so I wanted to be able to say that after putting in over 1,000 hours into this game, I wanted to be able to say that I had actually beaten the bosses all on my own. I still have not done that yet because I got distracted with Pal World. I've been playing a lot of Pal World lately because I also haven't beaten that. Although, Pal World is... I mean, they're still adding a lot to it because of course it's not finished yet, but it's got a whole lot... It's lacking in story, which is a bit disappointing to me because I love a good story in a game. But I really love creature taming. I don't think I would enjoy a survival game that didn't allow you to tame creatures. That's absolutely my favorite part. Taming, breeding, riding. I just love the creatures. And I suppose that's because I love animal ownership in the real world so much. But there's just something about them. I don't even know how to explain it. I just love creatures. And look at, he's so pretty. Look at that microraptor. This is really nice. The sounds of nature. Well, artificial nature, I guess, but good enough. I wish I could have made the graphics better for you, but it is what it is. But I'm so glad you're here with me. This is so nice. Ooh. Look at him. He's like a hot Cheeto. Good day, sir. Look at that mountain in the distance. This game can be really peaceful when it wants to be. If you just listen to the birds in the background, the sounds of the forest, the occasional cry of a nearby dino. There's an Archaeopteryx in the tree. You can see the shafts of sunlight through the trees. I turned off the light bloom so it wouldn't be too blinding for you, but I think it is still a little bit bright. The gamma's just on its normal setting, but I wanted to be able to see at night too, so I didn't turn it down. There's a Thylacoleo and a Carno. A poor deer. If I had to pick a favorite dino, or I guess a favorite creature, because there are plenty of non-dino creatures, including my personal favorites, but it may be a bit of an unsatisfying answer. Ooh, he's pretty. But my favorite creatures in this game would definitely have to be power-wise, definitely the lightning wyvern, and then as a mount, 100% the griffins. The griffins are my absolute favorite mounts for their speed and maneuverability. They're some of the only birds or flying creatures that can move backwards in the air, and they are also some of the few flying creatures that have a dive function, where if you are in the air and you aim down, you can dive toward the ground and pick up speed, and then soar through the air afterward. And if you can do it just right, you can get some serious, insane speed on them. So you can also dive bomb and get some decent damage on other dinos, but it's not really worth it. It's much better to focus on upgrading stamina and health and things, I think. Health definitely, because losing your favorite griffin is a painful experience. But if we're not talking about mounts, I'm not sure what my favorite shoulder pet would be. Maybe, probably the Fjordhawk, because that's kind of irreplaceable with its ability to get your items after you die. The thing that makes this game so emotionally difficult for me is that you can lose everything in an instant. After days, weeks, months even of work, you can lose it all because of one wrong move or even one simple bug in the game that just completely ruins things. And so that's what, especially if you got your dinos killed because either something was attacking or they were in a cryopod on your body and you lost your body. So that's where Fjordhawks really come in handy, because they can retrieve your things when you can't. And there have been quite a few times where even if I can potentially get back to where I died, I can't find it because the death beacon will not show up, or it'll be clipped into the ground and you can't get to it, or whatever. It's frustrating. I really love raptors in this game. I don't know why. They're like my preferred pack animal. I love having a pack of them like dogs. I just think they're super cool. I tried designing a raptor sticker once, but I couldn't get it to look right and eventually gave up. I did design an otter one after the Ark Otters though. And I gave it a little Indiana Jones style hat. I still really like the way that it came out, but I feel like I can only draw well whenever I'm in the exact perfect mood to do so. Like, I have to have this certain level of motivation and desire to draw. Otherwise, even if I try to sit down and force myself, I cannot make anything that looks even halfway decent. I'm not sure why. Feel like with other art forms, you can, of course, if you have to force creativity, it never comes out the way that you want, but at least with other ones, I can kind of like make myself make something decent. But with drawing, I just can't. If I if I'm not in the exact right mood, it always comes out poorly. The proportions look wrong. I can't get the lines to go in the direction that I want them to. I don't know. It's tough. Being an artist is a tough gig. Oh, Sabretooth. This is a pretty RG. It's like a Scarlet Macaw almost. Well, if a Scarlet Macaw was only scarlet and not other colors. Speaking of macaws, birds are also another exotic pet that I got really into for a while. I think it would be cool to have a parrot. My favorite parrots are African greys and green cheek conures. But having a parrot is like having a toddler, and I don't want to have a toddler, so I probably should not get a parrot either. And they restrict you a lot. You have to be there for them constantly, otherwise, because they get very emotionally attached to you, you are their flock. And so if you even just leave on a vacation, they take it personally. They have a really hard time with it. And I just don't like being restricted like that. Because as much as I love my animals, sometimes you need a vacation to Hawaii or something and you just can't take them. And so at least with a dog, or especially with a reptile, reptiles are so easy. I mean, easy is relative. Of course, no animal should be thought of as easy because you don't want to end up neglecting them by thinking that you don't have to take the responsibility seriously. But reptiles are the closest pet that you'll get to having furniture. Having a pet be furniture. I think probably, I've never owned fish, but I would imagine probably even easier than fish because well, maybe not, but the idea of having to keep the water at like a certain chemical balance or keeping the tank clean, it just seems a lot harder to clean gallons upon gallons of water, even with a filter, than it is to just clean a pile of poop out of the corner of a reptile cage. Because, and like I said, even with a filter, because I've got a tank of water in my snake tank, because she's a Brazilian rainbow boa, and she needs insanely high levels of humidity. And one of the ways that I achieve that, well, one of the ways is with a fogger, but another way that I achieve that is with a big pool for her to climb into whenever she wants. And so in order to achieve that, I have a 10-gallon tank within her giant enclosure, which she lives in a 4x2x4 enclosure. So 4 feet tall, 2 feet wide, 4 feet long. And it's freaking awesome. I've got a bunch of climbing structures in there for her because she's a semi-arboreal species, which means that she needs to be able to climb sometimes. She's not like a species that stays in the air all the time, but when she likes to climb, and it's good exercise for her. So that's why I got her such a tall tank, so that she has the freedom to do that. And I just remodeled in there and added extra climbing structures. And it makes me so proud every time I see her on them. I feel like I feel like a good mom. So I'm glad that she's been liking it. But yeah, so the tank, I have a 10-gallon tank within her however many gallons enclosure that technically is. And I've got a filter in it to keep the water clean. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I'm yawning. And the filter helps a lot, but still, like, I've got a bunch of rocks and stuff at the bottom, and how do you clean the rocks without... it's so much easier to wipe the bottom of like an enclosure floor, a dry enclosure floor, than it is to go in there and clean all those little rocks. Or clean within the water that exists inside the tank. And if you have to replace the water, that's so much water that you just have to like find a way to take out and then dump. I don't know. It just seems like in general owning a reptile is easier. And you can't you can't pet your fish. I mean, sort of you can, I suppose, but you can't take them out and hang out with them like you can with a lizard or a snake. And that is disappointing to me. Ugh, terror birds. They are absolute menaces in this game. Somewhere around here, I believe, is where I had one of my first bases ever. Somewhere on the black sand. Maybe... yeah, that way I believe. Gosh, the other side of the water just looks awful. Let's go to the volcano. We're not going to be able to get all the way up there because we're on foot, but we can at least kind of make our way. Maybe go to the valley. I think the valley is that way? We'll find out. I remember when I got my first Quetzal in this game too. Oh, an Acrosaurus. Oh, I have the additional creatures mod, which adds some pretty cool creatures, including this Acro. He's scary. But cool. But yeah, I remember whenever I was trying to get my first Quetzal, I was playing with my boyfriend at the time, and we spent so long trying to get a gosh darn Quetzal and made so many mistakes along the way. Ooh, that's a cool RG. It's like toxic waste colors. But I wanted a Quetzal because, well, for one thing, it has the ability to pick up a lot more, like, bigger dinos than an RG can. And of course, being the avid tamer that I am, I liked that because, I mean, that meant that I could tame things more easily by moving them to places that were more convenient or dropping them into taming traps. So I was intrigued by that. And then also the fact that you can make a platform saddle on its back, which nowadays is not something that I have really any interest in. And that includes platform saddles for Brontos and things as well. A lot of that is because, oh, I think that's a cave. Yeah. But you can't cryo a dino with a platform saddle without losing all of your platform structures, which is really inconvenient. And then But also, just I am not much of a builder and don't have much need for a platform or a mobile base. I mean, there's some things that would be handy, but it's not worth lugging around a giant dino for it or riding around on a super slow Quetzal. Ooh, sorry if you're not a fan of bugs. We'll move past that. But look how beautiful these mushrooms are. This kind of reminds me of being in Blackreach in Skyrim. Has that kind of vibe to it. I love this exploring aspect. Have you ever wanted to go to the caves in, like the glowworm caves, and see the worms on the ceiling that look like stars, galaxies of little worms that are... Bioluminescence is such a cool, incredible thing. Nature is incredible. Which is why we need to do everything we can to protect it. I heard this theory recently that humans are not from Earth. Like, humans are unnatural here. And sorry to wake you up, buddy. And when I first heard that, I was like, that is so silly. What are you talking about? But then, as I heard this in a YouTube video, I think, but as he started explaining his point of view and explaining the theory, it started making more and more sense. And then I saw somebody else that I know in real life say it, and I just can't really stop thinking about it. But basically, the theory is that humans cannot be natural on this earth. Because if we were, then we wouldn't be destroying the earth as much as we are. Because I have to try to remember all the details, but basically we are ruining the earth. There would be balance without us. And I don't want to say anything that sounds too silly because I don't know all the details of what was said. I don't remember everything, but humans have done so much to mess up the planet. And it seems like without us, life would be in balance. There wouldn't be deforestation, climate change, etc., etc. All these ways that we're quote unquote innovating, and we're just making things worse for the natural world. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense to me. And it's not that I actually think that humans are aliens or things like that, but I feel like there's definitely something to be said for the fact that maybe our existence is unnatural here. I don't know. I don't know what explanation I would give it to make it make sense. But it's definitely something worth thinking about, I think. I can't remember how I got into this. Oh, there we go. Found it. But anyway, I think it's an interesting theory. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm gonna have to squeeze around you. And I think it's a cool thing to think about. I don't know what we'd be able to do about it, but thought is the start to any sort of change, so there you go. There's your thought. But even if we aren't natural here, I think that we have a responsibility to try to make things better, to try to fix what we've broken. And obviously, it probably wasn't. Every person can only affect so much. Even the most powerful person in the world can only do so much. Like, I was watching another video on how much we've done to help fix or control climate change, and most countries in the world are doing a lot actually to help it and have made a lot of progress. But the US, sorry, it froze a bit because I walked out of the cave. The US, which is where I am from, if you couldn't tell from the accent, is not doing very much. And especially with our current president, things have kind of stalled simply because it's not his priority, and he's made that clear. But in the video that I was watching, he was saying that even as somebody as powerful as the United States president can only slow the progress that we're making. Like, one person alone can't negate the progress, can't make it worse without everyone else also making it worse. So that's hopeful. As much as maybe things are not looking great right now with our current leadership, at the very least, he's not making things significantly worse. I know it's a little bit scary right now, existing in this world. But bad things come and they go. And everything that you've been through, all the bad things you've been through up until this point, you've made it through every single one of them. And something that I learned recently is that, and I think it was actually from the book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. Something that he says multiple times is that you can't get rid of your problems. It's impossible to live a life without problems, which sounds awful, but sorry if you can hear my dog drinking in the background. But what is hopeful is that you can always trade your problems for better problems, and that's what you should strive to do in life, is upgrade your problems and make them into better problems. Like, one specific example that he used is Warren Buffett has money problems just as you or I have money problems, but we would obviously rather have Warren Buffett's money problems than our own. So, as much as problems will always exist, so will the opportunity to turn them into better problems. I would much rather have the problem of, for example, in career-wise, say your dream career is to be an artist, but right now you're stuck as a retail worker. Your goal should be to create the better problems of trying to figure out how to grow your art business rather than the current problems of trying to figure out how to survive a stressful customer encounter. And I know it's not that easy. It's not that you can just switch the type of problems that you have without putting in a bunch of work ahead of that. But I hope that it helps you see that it's worth the effort, that just because you've started on your art business or whatever it is that you're striving for, just because you've run into a lot of problems along that journey, doesn't mean it's not the right path. A giga. Or is that, no, that's not a giga, that's a carcho. Carcha? Carcha. Carcharodontosaurus. Carca? I'm not the best maybe with pronunciation, but that's okay. Carcharodontosaurus. Carcar. Oh, he's gorgeous. Wish I could tame him. We did make it up the mountain. I didn't think we would be able to on foot. Oh, look at him. Very pretty. Free ride. Oh. Or not. He got busy. That's okay. It's a good thing I turned on God mode. Sorry, that was a bit too, exciting for our relaxing nighttime journey, but I couldn't help but try. But anyway, whatever it is that you've been striving for in life, I hope that you're able to push past the current problems so that you can earn the life that you deserve. Not that you need to earn it. You really, I believe that humans should have, just by existing, should have the right to be able to exist without suffering, and needless suffering, that is. A little bit of suffering is okay. The strain of training for a marathon, that's suffering that you choose, and it's temporary and it's for a goal. Or the pressure of starting a new business, or whatever it is, that's the suffering that you choose is okay, but endless, needless suffering, humans weren't made for that. We weren't. It's just hard to think about the fact that so many people are not only allowed to exist, but expected to exist in a system that does not care about them. And I know it's a little bit, not relaxing of a thought, and I apologize for that. But what I hope is a comforting thought is the fact that you are loved and cared for by people, even if it doesn't feel like that. At the very least, I love and care for you, which is why I'm here making this content to help you sleep and help you feel better, hopefully. And I think that as long as we've got someone out there who cares about us, it makes life worth living. And it makes it easier to push through the unfairness and strive for something better. I feel like I can't help but get a little philosophical. Even though this is only the first time that you're seeing one of these videos of mine, this is the third time I've tried to record this, and every single time I've gotten a bit philosophical, maybe too philosophical, but this is my screaming into the void moment, I guess. And I just have a hard time. I feel so strongly about things like this, and I can't keep them to myself because I guess I just am constantly searching for people who understand and people who feel the same. And in that search, it brings me to bring up topics like that a lot. I'm constantly complaining about the state of the world and just shouting into the void until someone nods their head in understanding. And that's okay. I know not everyone sees things the same way that I do. But wow, that cart just made it far. But I think that even if not a lot of people around you see things the same as you, it's worth looking for the people who do. Because having those people in your life makes life a lot more satisfying, I guess. I didn't know that there were fluffy brachiosauruses for the snowy area. That's cool. I've never seen one. I wonder how many dinos actually did have hair and feathers like they say. Oh. I was hoping I could jump on his tail. I need to calm down and focus on my walk. This is supposed to be a peaceful, relaxing walk. And hopefully by now you're already asleep. But just in case you're not, it's up to me to keep this a relaxing experience and not one where I'm jumping all over dinosaurs' backs. I love the stars. There's something about them that just is magical, I think. The way they light up the night and twinkle, and the peace. Nighttime is so peaceful. There's nothing like it. I love the sunlight, but for me, nothing compares to just... I mean, I know I keep repeating the same thing, but the peace of being awake when the world is asleep. The quiet calmness of the night, away from the harsh sunlight and the sounds of the waking world. With the stars and the moon, a calm nighttime wind. There's nothing like it. When I get to the point where I'm able to quit my 9 to 5 and do this or something similar full time, I will absolutely become a night owl again. And as much as I'd rather be able to just enjoy my nights and not work through them, I think I'd still rather spend my time being awake at night. I don't know if that made any sense, but... And currently I have very peaceful mornings where I'll wake up kind of early, even on my days off, which is unfortunate, but it helps keep my sleep schedule consistent. There's a sheep. Sheep on the island are so rare. And a quetzal in the sky. But yeah, I wake up kind of early on the weekends and just go sit outside for a long time. I sit outside for like 3 hours just because it's nice. And I know the outside world is scary, especially for us nerds, but you gotta admit, you can't replace it. And being inside all the time is so unhealthy. I don't take walks much, and I should, especially with having a dog, and she gets most of her exercise by playing with the other dogs or by swimming. She absolutely loves to swim, even in the middle of the winter. But still, walking would be good for both of us. It's just hard to find the time, you know? Especially when a good portion of my time goes into, well, nearly all of my time outside of work goes into making videos, recording, editing, thumbnails, etc., etc., etc. It doesn't sound like much, but oh my goodness, the editing takes absolutely forever. And I've been getting into more low editing content, such as this, where I can just kind of record and then, for the most part, let it be. But even on something like this, I have to go in and turn down the volume of every dinosaur encounter so that they're not frustratingly loud when I'm trying to talk to you, such as that one. And so even something that seems like it shouldn't take that long to edit or to deal with or create ends up being quite a process. This is my second video, second episode number 2, yay! If you didn't watch episode number 1, I want to formally apologize again for how poor the graphics look, because I can't record this with the graphics turned up any higher than low, unfortunately. But all the dinos are set to ignore me, so everything's going to be peaceful. If they decide to fight themselves, I will minimize the sound so as to not disturb you, but I won't completely cut it out in case you're invested. But yeah, it won't be enough to bother you if you're falling asleep. It'll be very quiet. As well as the stomping from that Bronto, I will also turn down. But I will do my absolute best to keep my walking at a slow, rhythmic pace, but sometimes whenever I get to talking, I just end up pushing my thumb pedal to the metal forward. I just don't think about it. So, and then I'll just wander around wherever I end up, because it'll probably end up being I can't do things and think at the same time. So if I end up walking in circles, that's because my brain can only do one thing at once, one thing at a time. But if you're not familiar with Ark, it is a dinosaur game. It's like Minecraft with dinosaurs. That's how it was described to me the first time a friend of mine was trying to get me into it. And I just completely fell in love after giving it a shot. I actually tried playing back in 2015 and didn't get into it at the time, but in 2020, whenever COVID happened and we had nothing else to do anyway, I was all about it. And it has become one of my favorite games of all time, even though it needs better developers. I really thought that it was an indie game at first, with all the typos and just things that need to be corrected. And it is a really good game, but oh my gosh, the bugs are just insane, awful, awful. Yeah, I probably shouldn't jump. That fall would probably hurt me. Well, actually, I turned on God mode because the very first time I tried to record this, I didn't have God mode on, and there was a Caprasuchus that lunged toward another dino, and I was in the way, and so it grabbed me, but because I had set the dinos to ignore me, it didn't know that it had me in its mouth, and it was just wandering around, and I couldn't get it to let go until I turned on God mode. So even though that was a freak accident, I've still got God mode on just to be safe. I really wish that I'd gotten it on video, but that entire recording at the time was corrupted in a sense because, or well, was ruined because I had thought that I was recording everything. I turned the graphics up to epic, and let me tell you, it looked really good, and the game ran really well, but OBS, my recording software, could not keep up. So I was getting about 1 frame per minute on the recording, and yeah, so I didn't catch that moment on video at all because it was just a laggy disaster. Anyway, I hope you're having a good week so far. Oh, it's nighttime. My week's going okay. It's work is work. I don't believe that humans were meant to. I'm already getting into the deep stuff, but I don't believe that humans were meant to just work and sleep and have to devote so much of our lives to working. I feel like that's not what life should be. And I mean, who am I? Just a tiny human to say all of this. But I mean, what's the point of life if you're just living it for someone else, for some CEO who will never bother to learn your name, you know? Sorry if I'm moving the camera too fast. I try to be slow and deliberate with it. Actually, I should turn down the sensitivity. Let me do that real quick. Okay, I've changed the sensitivity. This is as fast as I can move it now, which should help. I mean, it's not. I just need to remember to turn it back whenever I'm actually trying to play the game because this is unhandleable. But for this, it's perfect. I'm not moving around erratically anymore. I don't know why I didn't think of this in the last video. Even now I'm like moving it, like still only barely pushing the stick to move it. I'm using a controller because I don't know, I feel more comfortable using a controller. I only got a PC a few years ago, and while I am happy to use the keyboard and mouse for some games, I don't know, things like this, like I played Ark on Xbox for years before I got a PC, so it's just more natural for me. And so that's just, there's nothing wrong with it. I do feel a little bad when I'm playing a game like Overwatch and I'm on a controller because I'm more comfortable with it, and I probably should be on a PC because or be on keyboard and mouse, because when you're on PC, even if you're using a controller, I don't think there's aim assist if I remember right. So I'm maybe dragging my team down a little bit, but I don't play ranked on, well, I've actually only played a couple of games of rank on Overwatch ever because it stresses me out. It's so much pressure to be the best you can possibly be, and that's more than I want to play a game and just be able to enjoy the experience for what it is rather than, and there's nothing wrong with playing ranked. I think that people who do it are brave. It's just too much pressure for me personally. Similarly, I got really into Pokemon Unite a few years ago, which I know, cringy. No. And if you don't know what that is, it's like League of Legends, but Pokemon. like same style of game. It's called a MOBA, multiplayer online battle arena, and like 5 versus 5. You have objectives around the map, and then like a big goal point at the on the complete other side, but it's a bit different in the style of objectives, and there's not like minions in the way that there are in League. I've only played a little bit of League, like a couple of games ever in my life. Which is perfectly fine with me. It's not exactly a game that I'm super eager to get into, not because of the game itself, but well, I'm sure if you know anything about League, you know its community is special. So I'm okay with not getting into League. But anyway, Pokemon Unite. I did not play very much ranked, and a big reason for that is because it's the kind of game where it's much, well, a lot of games like that, like Overwatch 2, they're all much better if you have a team. Like, you know your 5 stack of people that you're going to be playing with. And I briefly had like a 4 stack in Pokemon Unite, like 3 other people that I was playing with, plus me, of course. Um, you can't actually play ranked with a 4 stack because, or with 4 people, because the game worries that you will overpower the 5th person. And it doesn't matter for unranked, you can still play with 4 people in unranked, but in ranked, unless they've changed it, of course, in ranked, the game worries that you are going to, like, for example, if you're making a decision on whether or not to surrender a game, it takes 4 votes to surrender. No more, no less. So our 4 stack of people can vote to surrender and then leave that 5th person just at our mercy, the whims of our team. So I can understand why they don't let you, but it was a bit disappointing to find that out the first time, to have there's something getting eaten over there. Oh, there's a Capro. 2 Capros. But yeah, to find out that we couldn't play ranked together with our 4-person team was a bit disappointing. But it was okay, we still had a good time in unranked. And whenever I play games like that, like Overwatch or Unite, I, well, in Overwatch, I am almost strictly a support. Like, I play the support role, and I have a few different characters in that role that I like to play. In Unite, I also like playing support role, but and my main for support is Hoopa, if you know what Hoopa is, if you know anything about Pokemon. But I actually have a speedster class character that I became my main character before that, and that was Zeraora, which is another Pokemon. It's like an electric cat. And I didn't know anything about Zeraora before playing Pokemon Unite, but I totally fell in love with him after I started playing it. He's so cool, and I really like the way that he plays in Unite, but he's not the most meta character. There's other characters who are much more powerful in the current meta. I think right now I've only very recently started like looking back into it because I haven't touched Unite in quite a while. But I think the current meta is one of the new legendaries from Scarlet and Violet. Oh, I know its name. Miraidon. Miraidon? The motorcycle, futuristic motorcycle Pokemon. He's really high up there. And then Zacian, the sword wolf from Sword and Shield, or well, from Sword. He's up there too. And I have seen that Hoopa, who again is my support main, I've seen a couple of people place him like in the S tier for the current meta, which is pretty cool. But I can't really play right now. I can, but I can't. And because I always played on my Switch, which I'm very lucky to have a Switch. I bought it in 2017. I had just graduated from high school and had a little extra cash to spare for my graduation presents, and I bought myself a Switch. I bought the version that came with Mario Kart 8, and then of course, I also bought Breath of the Wild. Amazing game, incredible game, and Tears of the Kingdom, even better. Wonderful games. But anyway, so I always played Pokemon Unite on the Switch, and I really like the controls on the Switch much more than on the phone. And I can play it on the phone. I have it downloaded on my phone. My phone can run it just fine. But for one thing, my hands always cramp whenever I'm playing it on my phone because of I guess just the way that I'm holding it, and like, I don't know, maybe I'm too tense. But like whenever I'm trying to press certain buttons, and it's kind of hard to do multiple things at the same time because I only have two thumbs. But like with a controller, with Switch controllers, you can press you can press the back buttons with your forefingers or your index fingers while you're pressing the sticks or the like letter buttons with your thumbs. So you have more control over it, and plus then you get to play like on your TV or even on a Switch screen is bigger than playing on my phone screen. So it's more convenient, but mostly it's the controls that I prefer. But my Joy-Cons, my Switch controllers, are plagued with the number one issue of all Switch controllers, which is horrible stick drift. And I have two sets of controllers, and they both have the exact same problem in the exact same way. So it must be the way that maybe I'm manhandling my controllers or something, but specifically the stick drift is on the right stick. And well, actually, maybe it's not the exact same. I can't remember if they both have the problem of it thinks that I'm pushing down on the stick whenever I'm not, or if it's pushing up, or if one is up and one is down. I'm pretty sure at least one of them thinks that I'm pushing down at all times. But that makes it not only very hard to play games, especially since whenever I'm playing a game like Breath of the Wild, and the camera is just constantly like trying to look down on my character from the sky because the game thinks that I'm trying to make the camera maneuver in the way that it would maneuver if I was pushing down on the right stick. So that's frustrating. I can't really play a game that way. And then for Pokemon Unite, if you push the right stick while you're trying to use a move, it'll aim your move in that direction. So frequently, whenever I attempted to use moves and hit a certain Pokemon, or well, even if I wasn't touching the stick at all, it would just aim the move down. So that's not really a good recipe for playing a multiplayer game. I mean, it's frustrating enough just playing a single player game, but when you've got teammates relying on you, it's even worse. So don't have a great time with Pokemon Unite on the Switch. And then again, I have played it a few times on the phone recently, but I only played the solo mode because it's too much to commit to a multiplayer game whenever I'm already having a hard time with the controls on the phone. So, it is what it is. I'm not gonna spend $70 on new Joy-Cons just to play a game, a free-to-play game at that, Um, I mean, I would be able to play my other games much more easily as well, but it's not a huge priority for me right now. Maybe with my first YouTube paycheck, I don't know. But and it's such a stick drift is such a prevalent issue for Joy-Cons that Nintendo has a service where you can send in your Joy-Cons to get them fixed. But it sounds like a lot, and I've got a lot of executive dysfunction because of my ADHD, and I don't know, I just struggle with things like that. It kind of intimidates me for some reason. Like, for one thing, what if my like Joy-Cons get lost in the mail and then what little functionality I did have from those $70 controllers is just gone because they're lost. Then on the other hand, like, how much would I have to pay in shipping? And is it even worth it? And I know they're light, they'd probably be okay, but I would also have to like protect them because they're mechanical, and if something happens, if they just get mail carriers manhandle their mail. So if they just throw it around, I don't want my controllers to get damaged. So I don't know. I'd rather just like buy a new set, which is so privileged of me to even say. And I don't have the money to buy a new set right now, which is why I'm not. But I mean, it sounds a lot less stressful than having to send them in for the service that Nintendo provides. Also, I've had them, like I said, I got my Switch in 2017, so it's been 8 years now. They're 8 years old. And I don't know if Nintendo accepts 8-year-old controllers. Although, that's just my original set. My newer set, which again has the same stick drift problem, is probably 5 or 6 years old. So still quite old, but for technology that is, but not as old. But I don't know if there's like an expiration or anything. But why is stick drift so bad on the Joy-Cons, but then this Xbox controller that I'm holding in my hand, I've had since 2019 at least, so that's 6 years. And it's perfectly fine. Like, it's definitely showing signs of use in the fact that the sticks are worn down at like the bottom where like the pad of my thumb rests. But as far as functionality, they're perfectly fine. And the plastic is, of course, perfectly fine. Not that that is as liable or easy to wear down as the rubber on the sticks, but I try to take care of my stuff. Although, one set of the Joy-Cons, my pink and green set, it's the newer set that I have. I'm not really surprised that, actually, I'm surprised they're functioning as well as they are because I had my ferrets in my room one day, and I had a can of Coke next to me. I was sitting in bed, like, using the TV, had my Joy-Cons next to me, because I think I was, like, eating or something, so I had set them down next to me, underneath the Coke. And not like the Coke was sitting on them, but, like, I use boxes as furniture at the moment because I am in between places to live. So my actual bedroom furniture is being stored at the moment, but anyway, so the Coke was on a higher box and the Joy-Cons were on a lower box, and the ferrets were wandering around in the room, and And they're precious, they're sweet, it's not their fault. But one of them walked up to the Coke, got curious, started to check it out, and knocked it over. And Coke spilled all over my Joy-Cons, and they were sticky and wet and impossible to dry the inner mechanisms. But actually, so they're not like perfect. I don't know if that contributed to the stick drift or not, but otherwise the only issue with them is the buttons kind of, it's like they get stiff almost. Like whenever I haven't used it in a little while, I try to push in the buttons, and I think it's pretty much all the buttons. Try to push in the buttons, and they don't have much give at first, but as soon as it's not that bad. But it like resists being pushed. But then once I get each button down once, then it's back to normal. So just kind of interesting. Which is weird because it doesn't feel like it's an issue of them being sticky. I mean, maybe, but I would figure if they were sticky, they would like stick when pushed down more than stick when left up. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it depends on, I don't know, but it feels more like there's resistance than there's like stick, you know? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm walking a similar path to the path that I took in the first episode. But that's okay. Maybe we'll actually make it up. Nah, we won't make it up the volcano. I mean, never say never. No, there is a path up there. There is a walking path. Okay, I'll try to find it. Unless I forget. If I forget, I'm sorry. I'll do my best. I feel like it's this way, maybe. Could be totally wrong. But I will try. You're going for a swim. There's not a whole lot of fish. There's some piranhas over there, but no coelacanths. I think yeah, that's just a stick. There's a no, it's not a brontosaurus, a brachiosaurus, that's the word. My first dinosaur game ever was Fossil Fighters. What a game. What a great game. All the dinos had like super cool designs, and I really liked the fossil cleaning feature in that game, where you could find fossil rocks and then you could like excavate them, uncover the fossil, and you didn't know what kind of fossil you were gonna get, like what body part, until you started excavating, which is pretty freaking cool, unless you had already discovered it before, but pretty darn cool. It's like a surprise, like Christmas with every fossil. And of course, finding the heads was most exciting because you couldn't revive a dinosaur. They called them vivosaurs, like revive dinosaur. You couldn't revive a vivosaur until you found the head fossil. Or the skull. So finding skulls was so exciting, finding new skulls particularly, but then I also always tried to beat my previous score, because you got scored on how well you cleaned the fossil and how quickly you cleaned the fossil. And I always tried to beat my previous scores. And then if you found a fossil with red bones, it was rare and you could get a bonus 10 point, like extra credit for cleaning it. So those are the best ones to find, because then you could get 110 points and really impress the teacher. So obviously, it was a good find. But I don't think I've ever actually intentionally taken the walking path to get up the volcano. I've always just flown up there, because by the time you like get to the point where you're like, I'm gonna go explore the volcano, you have I had he just came out of nowhere. That's weird. Anyway, would have a flying mount, because how else do you traverse this place? On foot is not the greatest of ideas. Sorry, I'm trying to keep it not parkoury because I don't want to make it too exciting for you and distract you from the goal of sleep or relaxation. But I really want to find this path. So I'm taking you with me as we adventure. And it's gotta be, the only reason I know that there's a path is because from the top of the volcano, it's easy to find. It's like a carved out spot on the side that leads from the inside of the volcano, like out to the outside, wraps around, but I just don't know where it starts. I could get there going in reverse, starting from the volcano and leading out, and then see where it starts from there by following it that way, but that would be cheating, and we're not cheaters, and the only way to do that would be to fly, and I'm not a cheater. The only cheats I use turn me into a god, so nothing can touch me. Just kidding, that's only for these episodes. There's a tail coming out of that rock. I think that's another Rex. Why is it in the rock? Maybe it's just the distances. No, it's definitely in the rock. And I want to know why. It is a Rex, right? Yeah, I recognize those rock-like scales. Well, I don't know what he's doing, but I'd punch him to make him move, but that would be too exciting for this video, so I'll leave him be. This is definitely not the way. I should not be going this way. We'll find it. We'll find it. Maybe I should try one of these videos where I do a little bit less talking, a little bit more wandering, and like occasional commentary. But I don't know, I've got too much to say. I feel like if I did that, anyone could do that. But who could talk to themselves for an hour or more? Not a lot of people. Certainly me, though. And that's that ADHD superpower that people talk about. You know, I don't consider any of my mental health issues to be superpowers except for mildly ADHD. And the executive function issues are an absolute pain. I will never deny that. And I'm not trying to make ADHD sound like a good thing. But the creativity and the ability to be able to do things like this, where I just ramble and go from topic to topic to topic without with hardly taking a breath, is pretty cool. And I think that as much as it's difficult to function in society as a person, I think I found the path. Anyway, as much as it's hard to function in society as a person, as a neurodivergent person, I think that it definitely helps to be able to look at the good parts of it when you can. And I don't really see any good parts to my anxiety or my OCD, which OCD is an anxiety disorder, so that's a bit redundant, but you know, there's like different types of anxiety, like social anxiety, general anxiety, etc. I have driving anxiety, which is actually like PTSD from an accident that I got into, but all of that I don't really see the benefit in that. But ADHD? I can see the benefit in ADHD. Yes, this is definitely the path. Maybe we'll go that way next. I bet I could walk on the top of that mountain. Actually, I don't know if I could get up there. That's okay. ADHD can be... It can be cool if you look at it in the right way. Cooler than the others, at least. And my brain can entertain itself for hours. I mean, like I said, being able to talk to myself for hours is pretty darn cool. But, like, even just sitting there staring at a wall, my brain, as boring as staring at a wall is, my brain never stops. So, oh, hello, buddy. You're like, what's green and black? Toxic waste. But not really, because it's like a snot green. Or an olive green if we're being nice. What was I saying? I don't remember. Oh, I can entertain myself for hours. But then, like, things like I try to keep up a meditation and yoga routine whenever I can in the mornings. Well, for a while, I was doing it every single day, and I was so proud of myself, and this lasted for months. And I've been doing them for years, but not consistently, very inconsistently, actually. But for a couple of months, I was able to keep it up. But in the past month or so, I have really struggled to make myself do it. And, like, it's not even skipping a day at a time, it's like skipping, and maybe it's like it's the winter thing, right? Where it's hibernation season, so all my body wants to do is curl up, go back to sleep, not be doing yoga in the cold when I could be. I have reached an impasse. Doing yoga in the cold when I could be under the nice cozy blanket. Oh, this is not where I need to go. Okay. This way? Oh. I just missed it. It's okay. Like this morning, that was exactly my problem. All I wanted to do was... Oh, I'm hot. All I wanted to do was be warm. And doing yoga meant getting out from under the blanket and not being warm. Well, I do have God mode on. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll walk down so you can see it. Oh, pretty. Pretty, pretty. There's no gigas in the volcano. The tech cave is over there. I think this is the closest I can go without setting myself on fire. But yeah, welcome to the volcano. So I also, just in case I ran out of things to talk about, which I don't think I could ever run out of things to talk about, but a couple of things I threw in to my notes to give myself some extra things to cover. Because I like, whenever I have like, I remember a story or I have like a wild thought, I like to write it down so that I can bring it into a video or something and discuss with you. But here's one I had recently. Uh, Actually, this might be a little dangerous to look over and read this while trying to navigate a path on the side of a mountain, but we're gonna give it a shot anyway. Okay, so here's my thought. Let's say the whole world, or at least a big country like America, decided that, as a whole, they stopped liking a particular vegetable. Let's say it's collard greens. If that happened and everyone stopped buying it, cooking with it, etc., we have to assume that the farms would stop producing it, because there's no demand. If that happened, then theoretically, the remaining collard greens would inflate in price due to them becoming a rarity. But then, potentially, a massive cooking influencer could come out with a recipe that heavily involves collard greens, boosting the collard green economy by encouraging people to go out and buy them to make the recipe. And if people like the recipe and keep buying them, suddenly the farms won't be able to keep up with the demand because they all stopped producing it. Now, let's discuss. Oh, I was doing so well. I actually might have to fly to get myself out of this. No, that would mean I have to cheat. I'm no cheater. Oh, I did it. Sorry, I know the jumping's a little exciting. But anyway, sorry for... I feel like I didn't read that very well. Like... But I don't know, it's just the way that I just wrote it all down to as coherently as I possibly could. Where is the path? Okay, this... In some instances, the low camera sensitivity is getting to me. But anyway, collard greens. So, thoughts? Like, what if that did happen? Like, as a whole, society could just completely change. Like, we would all just wake up one day and suddenly we don't like collard greens. And then, because there's no one buying it, there's no demand for it, and so the farms stop producing it, and then because they stopped producing it, it's like not in stores anymore. But then some famous person says, actually, the collard greens are great. And then everyone's like, oh, collard greens are great because we're all a hive mind. So then we start buying it again, but then we're back to there is none available. And then all of a sudden, collard greens are like gold. Everyone wants it. No one has it. It's extremely hard to obtain. So we're just like trading. Collard greens are the new dollar. We are trading in collard greens like there's no tomorrow. Everyone wants collard greens. Anyone will give anything for collard greens. And at the end of the day, it's just a stupid vegetable. No, it's not stupid. If you like collard greens, I'm sorry. It's just a dang vegetable. And I started thinking about this because I was feeding my bearded dragon, and he really likes red cabbage. But then I was thinking, well, what if maybe I should get him some collard greens? And then my brain went, who eats collard greens? And then that's how I got, that's how I ended up on this tangent. That's the power of the ADHD brain. I know I keep mentioning the ADHD brain, but it's just like I have to thank it for everything. I believe my character is cold. It's unfortunate. In a second, I will fix that problem. Totally not by cheating and boosting my fortitude. I would never do that. Okay, I may have, given myself... my intention was to just, like, cheat in extra I mean, not cheat, why would I cheat? No, sorry. Cheat in extra fortitude just so that I wouldn't have to deal with... Well, specifically so you didn't have to deal with my character making weird sounds when she gets hot or cold. But turns out there's no way to just add fortitude. So I had to give myself experience and level up my fortitude, which ugh, it feels so dirty because now my character is a higher level than she should be, and I was actually playing on this world, but whatever. I probably wasn't gonna end up finishing this world anyway. I would love to get a better graphics card. I was talking to my friend who helped me build my PC, and he said that that would help me with the whole not being able to record gameplay on decent graphics issue. And the rocks are just spawning in right in front of us. It's so ridiculous because the like render distance is so low. But anything to save precious resources on the computer. But anyway, yeah. So, along with whatever else I said I was gonna get with my first YouTube paycheck, better graphics card. Well, that will be much more expensive than. I think the other thing that I said was Joy-Cons. I'm not sure. But probably a better graphics card would be a better investment because then I could, it would actually benefit these videos. And Joy-Cons would only benefit me. So, but and I would love to do this full time. It's so peaceful. One day I will. One day I'll be able to focus all my working energy, my working hours on making content to help you out, and that makes me super happy. I can't wait for that day. And then I'll be able to be a lot more open to suggestions as well, or to requests. And I'm sure there's plenty of other games that would be good to play for this, but I just really like walking around Ark because it's such a beautiful game, even on these poo-poo graphics. It's such a pretty game and so vast and expansive, and I can't wait to cover other maps. I feel like there's probably tons that I'm missing on this map because, and I know this map like the back of my hand. Unless you're asking me how to get to the walkway of the volcano. In that case, I don't know it like the back of my hand. But, oh, can you imagine like a video on Aberration? It would be so cool. Although it would be a lot more difficult to just walk around. I mean, I guess like maybe I could allow myself to use zip lines, so that feels maybe a bit on the exciting side for the sake of the video. I don't know. I don't know. But it would be so pretty. I also got inspired for these by, I got inspired by Benjamin Bennett's channel where he does walking and talking around real life locations, but also just like on those videos where it's kind of like a travel vlog, but not like a vlog style where they'll just like traverse the streets of a random tourist city and then I'm already starting to yawn. And then you get to kind of feel what it's like to be there without actually being there and having to spend the money on travel and having to deal with the awful crowds. And really the crowds are the most painful part for me anyway. And the money. Just existing is so expensive. It's a bit painful. But I think those videos are pretty cool. So here you go. Here's a way you can enjoy the world of Ark without having to buy the game or play the game. It's much easier to travel to the world of a game than it is to travel to a tourist destination in Greece, which is a video that I watched recently. And it was really cool, except for they had donkeys lined up without water, just sitting there waiting for people to ride, but out in the sun, the heat. And you know, it's not super cool. Well, of course it's not super cool, it's super hot. The Greek scorching sun. But hopefully they were okay. I mean, obviously they're outdoor animals, but they deserve shade and water at the very least. Let's not dwell on that, because that is too unfortunate of a topic for a video like this. I'm gonna need to really refine for future videos the tangents that I go off on. So I think that they need to be reined in just a little bit. But you, lucky you, you're getting an in-depth peek at my brain. Lucky us. I think I went up the same exact mountain in the last video. Sorry for continuously mentioning the last video, but it's like it's my reference point at the current time, because this is only my second one of these. Sorry, oh, the yawns are becoming more frequent. I had started a playthrough on this game, and I was gonna stick to strictly island dinos, so that I could have a strictly island experience, and then do the same thing on Scorched Earth, and then do the same thing on Aberration, so on and so forth. But as I was flying extremely slowly from point to point throughout the map, I got super sick of it and went to Crystal Isles, and tamed myself a griffin and came back. And I won't get a wyvern because that's a little too cheaty. I'll wait till Scorched Earth because they're so powerful. But I just wanted to be able to get around the map faster. And griffins are my favorite mount. They're so easy to maneuver. Like, yeah, snow owls also have the glide function, but it works better on griffins. Plus, you can move them to the sides and backwards in the air, and they can run around on the ground, although it's not that fast. They're just so much better, in my opinion. Well, better for that function at least. Obviously, it's nice that with snow owls you can do the healing and you can have the thermal vision, which the thermal vision over the ocean is super handy, but also is terrible for trying to fly over it, because you can't really see the water, you just look right through it. And there have been so many times that I have tried to use my thermal vision over the ocean only to fly straight into the water and get kicked off my owl. Good times. Oh, it's nighttime and it's raining. Where do we want to go? I wanted to go towards the snow earlier. Where was that? That way. I just made almost a complete circle looking for it. Is that the volcano? We've already made it this far? Jeez. This far in the wrong direction. That's okay. Adventure. I can't believe how tired I'm getting. It's still like 35 minutes until my bedtime. I do want to clarify, I am an adult, but I have assigned myself a bedtime because I do not function well on any less than 8 hours of sleep. And truly, like 10 hours is better, but that takes up too much of my precious free time, and I will not go to bed at 8 p.m. So I try to at least get in bed at 9, and then, if I'm like on, I know you shouldn't be on your phone when you're trying to like wind down for sleep, but and if I'm on my phone until 10 p.m., it's fine as long as I'm in bed. And then if I fall asleep by 10 p.m. or so, then I get my 8 hours. And all is well. Whoa. Oh, look at the stars. So pretty. So beautiful. One day when I do get a better graphics card, installing like a sky graphics overhaul mod where you can see things like galaxies in the sky, in the night sky, would be amazing. Or like if there's a mod where it gives you incredible sunsets, or a mod that like, well, actually even just making the graphics settings would make these flowers look better, but I wonder if the stars look better with better graphics too. I'm not actually sure. I mean, they're kind of like weirdly shaped for stars. Like there's some of them over there that are kind of blobby rather than circular. And there's one that's like almost like a comma. I can't really point it out very easily, but just interesting. But that's okay, they're still pretty. Oh, there's a Troodon. Looking to cause mischief, no doubt. Still wet from the rain. I have my nights set to go at twice the speed, I think, that they normally would. Although, I don't remember if I have my daytime set to go at half the speed or not, and that's like daytime lasts twice as long, nighttime lasts half as long. But I don't know if I left my daytime on. I think I set the day cycle, like the entire day plus night cycle, to last longer. I don't remember because the base stats are a day plus night cycle lasts 1 hour in real game time. What does that even mean? In real world time. So one like 24-hour day in game lasts 1 hour in the real world. But I can't remember what exactly my current settings are. And I think it makes it go a little faster than 1 hour. And that would make sense because this is already our second night, I believe. And I don't believe it's been an hour yet. Although I have my recording software minimized because I've got my page of random thoughts to mention, and I've only gotten through one. The only one I've talked about was the collard greens one. Everything else has just been my brain in the moment. But so I'm not actually sure, because that's how I usually keep track of how long I've been recording, because there's a timer at the bottom. But as for this, no clue, because I did not pay attention to what time it was whenever I started recording. So we're just going. It's probably better that I don't know, because then I would feel the need to like push it to an hour and a half, or like, I don't think I'd feel the need to cut it off, but I think I would be a little more. It's not good to focus on the time. I think it's just better to like be in the moment so I don't feel the pressure of trying to make it a certain length or whatever. But at the very, very least, you're not chasing me. No, okay. At the very least, I can't stay on past 9 because, like I said, that's the time that I need to be in bed. And right now it is 8:30. Whenever I'm like about to record one of these, I kind of psych myself out, I think, because I feel like a lot of pressure. Like, do I have enough to talk about that I can record for a couple of hours? And I don't think that this video is going to end up being. My goal is to get these around 3 hours because I feel like that's plenty of time to keep you company in case it takes you a while to fall asleep. Because I feel like an hour isn't quite long enough. But it's kind of hard to find the time to just sit and record for 3 hours. Because I get home from work and I have to eat dinner, I have to take care of the animals, and I have to, shower, whatever else I need to do. And then what is that? That is not natural. Is that a fish? Oh, it must have been. Ooh, that was interesting. But yeah, gotta do all of that. And then by then, it's like I leave work at 4:30, so I get home at 5 because it takes me 30 minutes to drive home. And then I usually don't start recording until 6 after doing all of that. But then today I didn't get on my computer until 6:30 because I had a grocery delivery, and getting my groceries delivered saves a lot of time, and I am so grateful that grocery delivery has become a thing. I wanted it to be a thing back like 10 years ago. I desperately wanted it to be a thing, and we have reached that point. It has become that day where you can get your groceries delivered. And I think that is a beautiful thing. And I'm not willing to spend money on DoorDash to get my fast food delivered, but my groceries, that's worth it to me. But where was I going with this? Oh, yeah, time. So I had my groceries delivered today, and that ended up specifically putting them all away ended up taking quite a bit of time, and then I had to eat and shower, and then I was messing around with Arc a little bit, trying to see if I could get better graphics to work, and I give up. It's not gonna happen, unfortunately, but that's okay. This is good enough for now. We'll make progress. Once I get a better graphics card someday in the hopefully not too far away, but probably decently far away future. Oh, you know what else? So the second season of if you don't know this anime, this is gonna sound super weird, but Toilet Bound Hanako-kun came out. The second season of it, and I watched the first season of it like 2 years ago, I think. And it was good, but it wasn't like the greatest anime ever. Like story wise, it didn't compare to Demon Slayer or Hunter x Hunter or whatever. Like, those are my favorites, or some of my favorites. Hunter x Hunter is my ultimate favorite, but I could talk about that all day because that'll go on too long. Well, maybe later, maybe after this. But so anyway, the first season of Toilet Bound Hanako-kun was, and I'll just call it Hanako from now on to make it easier. But it was good, but it was kind of like sitcom style, where like, not that it was a sitcom, but like it's a show about ghosts. So, well, I mean, that could be it. Like, Ghost Stories is a completely different show, for example, than Hanako, but it was a good show, and I really liked the art style. But it was, when I say it was like a sitcom, I mean that it was like very episodic. Like, every episode was kind of standalone, but there was like an overarching story. But oh, ladies and gentlemen, season 2, there's only 9 episodes out right now, and only I'm a filthy dubber. I watch in English because I cannot focus if it's in Japanese and I have to like stare at the screen the entire time to know what's going on. I will zone out far too much, and I like to be doing other things while I'm watching. So that's why I prefer watching in English. But so only 6 episodes I think are out in English right now, but only 9 episodes total. So I watched all 9 of those episodes, and it is so good. The second season is so good and better than the first one. Like, not that the first one was bad by any means, but like the second season is just amazing. It's so good. Like, there's twists. I won't spoil anything, but there's like twists and intensely emotional moments and character reveals, and ooh, ooh, you have to watch it. If it even slightly interests you, like the concept, you have to watch it. And it's not the kind of show I would have thought that I'd be into, because I'm not into like the whole ghost thing or like the supernatural, paranormal. But it's mostly about just the way that like characters, it's less about ghost hunting and more about just kind of creating like a fantasy environment, and the characters have dynamics with each other and they actually develop, which is very nice and refreshing. I've been scarred a little bit by the book that I've been reading, um the Fourth Wing series about the War College for Dragon Riders. The characters in there do not really develop. So it's refreshing to see a piece of media where they do develop. Even having multiple significant characters, multiple protagonists, they still all make the time to develop. So I'm going on about this a bit too much. I'm just excited. But anyway, oh, it's so good. There's so many like powerful moments whenever I was genuinely like on the edge of the bed, like what's gonna happen next? I need to know. And whenever I realized that there were only 9 episodes that were out, I was devastated. I don't want to have to wait a week for every one. And if it's like the first season, it'll probably only be 12 episodes total. But that's still 3 more weeks that I have to wait. And then I bet you the last episode's gonna leave off on a season cliffhanger, season finale type cliffhanger. And I'm gonna have to wait to find out. Oh, okay, we're taking a dive, I guess. This is the quick way to get down the mountain. But it's so good not to, like, try to make you watch it. Not sponsored, but totally should be. It's really good. And I'm definitely more of a shonen girl as far as anime goes than anything else. And I don't really know why, because I'm not into like action movies or shows if it's not anime. And shonen is by definition targeted towards young boys more than, in general. But I love myself a good dark shonen. So like Full Metal Alchemist, Hunter x Hunter. And Hunter x Hunter is perfect because it's such a good balance of lighthearted moments and dark moments. And I love an anime that is not afraid to get dark. Love it so much. And Demon Slayer, so good. And the art style, oh, so good, so pretty. I might just jump down again. Love the reflection on the water. Also love how the mountain is reflecting, even though it shouldn't be, because there's no mountain out there. It's the mountain from behind us. But yeah, if you're still awake, I would really love to know what your anime recommendations are, what your favorites are. I'm always looking for new things to try. Of course, I generally only watch them whenever I'm like playing a game, so it's gotta be an anime. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be. You're more than welcome to recommend animes to anyone else in the comments, but for me, I prefer watching anime that have English dubs because then I can be doing something else while I'm watching. Oh, I'm stuck again. I'll just take the quick way down. This is a good thing I have on God mode. But I've been playing. The game that I've been playing lately while watching anime is Pal World. And I am starting to get to the point where I'm kind of bored of it. Mostly because there's not. I think I'm in like the 40s as far as levels go, and that's out of 60. And once you kind of get yourself established, it's kind of just a matter of going around, fighting, get stronger, fight again, clear the towers, clear the. Oh, I should not go down there, I won't be able to come back out. Clear the towers, beat the bosses around the map, catch the pals, level up your stuff. So I'm kind of at that point where I'm getting a bit bored of the gameplay loop. Not that it's not good, it's great. But I guess I like the way that, for example, Arc feels like it has a more cohesive, if that's the right word, like goal. Like, your goal isn't just to go around fighting whatever random boss you come across. Your goal is to get to the caves, or sorry, your goal, of course, at the beginning is to build up your base, collect your tames, and then ultimately you're preparing for the caves, like that one over there in the middle of the screen. And because at the end of the caves, you find artifacts, and the artifacts are how you beat, or how you get to challenge the bosses at the obelisks, like that one in the middle of the screen. And once you beat the bosses from the 3 obelisks, you've collected your artifacts from the caves, beaten the bosses from the 3 obelisks, you get to take the trophies from those, and then you fight the boss for the entire map. And once you do that, like, since every goal that you have in the game gets you closer to the big goal, and I like that, and Power World doesn't really feel like that. Like, you can fight the towers, but why? What's the point? Story. I need to, sorry, use the fly command. Okay, all better. So yeah, there's not really like a point in fighting the bosses in Power World. It feels like it's just to prove your strength. But why? At least with Arc, you're kind of getting somewhere. Like, it all goes together. And Power World is not finished. I'm not saying that it's bad in any way. And I'm sure it'll be better. Things will feel more cohesive. The story will be more prevalent whenever it's done one day in 10 years, however long it takes. But today is not that day, so it's kind of easy for me to get bored of it. But that's okay. They're always adding new things to it, and I appreciate everything they've done so far, and it's It's the Pokemon game that we never got to have. So I think that's amazing. And I love it for what it is. But I do still think it has a long way to go as far as those concepts. And then the cool thing about Ark is because it has multiple maps, once you beat the boss on one map, you ascend and you can go to, well, if you're following the story, you go to another map and you start the process over again and you can make it through. And every map is vastly different, except for the free maps are mostly just very much like the island, like similar biomes, and they don't really feel that different. But, well, at least Ragnarok and Valguero don't. But Fjordur and Crystal Isles definitely have significant differences. But then if we're talking about Scorched Earth is just nothing but desert. And as much as people don't tend to like Scorched Earth that much, I think that conceptually it's really cool. And the fact that there's dinos that you specifically tame so that they can carry water for you because it is a desert, that is super cool. Plus, it's the map that Wyverns were released on, so maybe I'm a little biased, but I mean, I haven't really gone to Scorched Earth to get Wyverns because it's much easier to get higher levels on Ragnarok. But either way, I would love to have a fresh level 1 to 100 playthrough on Scorched Earth someday. But I think I'd rather do it with people. And of course, games like this are typically much more fun to play with people than by yourself. But I've almost always only played Ark with people. So every time I try to play it by myself, I get burnt out quickly. I don't feel as fulfilled with it. I need to find myself another partner who's a builder, because my ex and I, when we used to play together and be our two-person tribe, he was the builder and I was the tamer, and it was perfect that way. We were each doing our favorite thing, and I hate building so much. But other than that, it's just a lot more lonely. Play a game like this by yourself when you're used to playing with other people. And I think it can definitely be fun playing by yourself, but it's a lot easier for me personally to get burnt out doing it like this. And that's okay. I'll find my next builder someday. Until then, I play other games, and Ark will still always hold a very strong, solid place in my heart. And I can still do things like this. I considered, well, more than considered, I acted upon being an Ark YouTuber for a little while. I was gonna do gaming challenges, and my first one was gonna be playing Aberration with every dino being an alpha, because I had found a mod called Alpha Everything, where it can make any dino be an alpha, and it's got like a 2% chance, I think, of making a dino be an alpha, but you can change that percentage. So I changed it up to 100, and then everything was an alpha on Aberration. And not only did that make it obviously a lot more intense of an experience, but it also changed a lot of things that I never saw coming. Like, I tamed a Stegosaurus, and it couldn't harvest berries, and I can only assume it's because it was an alpha and the game, it just like didn't have the functionality. But try as I might, I could not harvest with the Stego. And I was worried that the Doedicurus would have the same problem, but actually it could harvest stones, so I don't know why the Stego... So I had to harvest all my berries and mushrooms and stuff by hand to make my narcotics. Oh, and then the other thing is I went and retrieved a rock drake egg, and like on the back of my megalosaurus that I had painstakingly tamed, it had tons and tons and tons of health, so I had installed a mod that gives you more powerful trank arrows, and you still have to put in the work. You have to basically combine narcotics to make, whoa, that is not water. Whoa, that's weird. Interesting. But yeah, I had installed a mod where you can make better trank arrows by combining lower, like regular narcotics to make higher level narcotics. So that helped a lot, because then I still had to do the same amount of collection of berries and mushrooms, but I did not have to sit and try to tame a dino for as long. So whether or not that's cheaty, you can decide, but it was kind of necessary considering the sheer amount of trank arrows it took to knock out a dino with the insane amount of torpor that those alphas had. Like hundreds of thousands of torpor. So I definitely felt like it was worth it. And then, what kind of dino is that? That's new. That must be with the additional creatures mod, but this is the first time I'm seeing it. Oh, he's cool. I like the way he moves too. Like the neck. He's like grooving. He's cool. I like him. Maybe I have to get one day. See, I wonder if he's rare. Cause, oh, there's another one. This is the first time I'm seeing them. Pretty cool. What was I saying? Okay, yeah, so anyway, all that to say, I recorded my first, I think 80 days, because I was doing 100 days challenge, like 100 days in with everything being an alpha. And I think I recorded my first 80 days before I ended up giving up on the endeavor, because I came to the realization that growing as a YouTuber would be painstakingly slow if it took me months to put together every video. You know, from recording 100 hours worth of gameplay to editing 100 hours worth of gameplay and writing the script for it. So it just became... it didn't seem very sustainable as far as being able to consistently and quickly get videos out, especially if I can only record in the few hours that I have at night between work and sleep. So I gave up on that. And then I ended up having a really hard time figuring out what the heck I wanted to make YouTube videos about. And somehow, I don't even remember how, I got onto... so this was intended to be my second channel. And I got into making meditations for gamers. And I thought that would be good because I feel like the mental health in gaming niche isn't very well explored. And there's, of course, Healthy Gamer GG is a big YouTuber in that space. But other than him, I really wasn't finding very much. And I think that it's a very important topic that needs to be discussed and helped, addressed, I guess. So that's kind of how I ended up making meditations for gamers, and then at some point after that I found out about sleep stories, which I didn't even know that sleep stories for adults were a thing. And I found a YouTube channel making... I found it because I searched Skyrim sleep stories and actually managed to find some from a channel called Good Night Sleep. And he's great. You should definitely check him out. He makes nerdy sleep stories like Skyrim stories, Legend of Zelda sleep stories, things like that. And so that's where I got that inspiration from. And so I was kind of doing all of that as this was intended to be my second channel, my side channel, or like my temporary focus while I figured out what I wanted to do on my main channel, which was always intended to be a higher energy type channel, like videos where, well, my original plan was gaming challenges, but then I couldn't, even aside from the 100 Days in Arc video that I attempted, I just couldn't really come up with enough good ideas, and I was inspired by Doug. I thought that it would be fun to do similar, but I just learned that it's not really me as much as I wanted it to be, because Doug has been such a positive force in my life, and obviously he has no idea who I am, and that's perfectly okay, but his content is hilarious and has helped me through some really tough times in my life. So, and it has with other people too, because all the time in his stream, people will make like text to speech messages talking about how much he's helped them in their life and what's going on and whatever. So I aspired to be like that, and that's where the inspiration, and obviously the videos that he makes seem like super fun, so combination of those two things is why I wanted to kind of follow that path, but I realized it's not really me. And so then I thought, well, maybe you could do I tried a bunch of different things. I don't even remember the order anymore. But I tried making Pokemon facts videos and like making art. I tried making life advice videos, and I just didn't feel like while it felt good to make them, it did feel like it was going to get boring. So at least with the meditations and stories and these walking and talking videos, I can kind of I can be more creative. Well, not that advice videos aren't creative, but I don't know, I've got like more creative freedom. I can tell a story. Even with a video like this, I can tell a bunch of stories in the span of one hour video. I can cover just tons of topics, and so the life advice videos felt like they weren't going to be creatively sustainable, a bit boring. And then I started making Pokemon facts videos because I was making art in the video itself, and then just like talking about cool Pokemon facts about specific Pokemon for the talking portion of the video, because I struggled really badly with, I would come up with an audio idea, like a thing to talk about, and then not know what to do for the video portion, or I would come up with a video idea and then not know what to do for the audio portion. Really, I had an easier time coming up with things to talk about and a harder time coming up with things to show. Oh, and then the other thing I did was like ideas for streamers, and I had several videos I was planning on making for that, and I only ended up making one because in the making of that one video, trying to find all of the B-roll, find or create all the B-roll to make that video like visually good was exhausting and overwhelming, and I had such a hard time finding videos that really matched what I was going for, and I didn't have enough things recorded of myself to be able to show them off. So, plus I haven't streamed that much, and while I did have tons of good ideas for streams, because the reason that I started making or came up with that concept is because I was looking for like birthday stream ideas, and I couldn't really find any, surprisingly enough. There are plenty of subathon ideas, but as far as celebrating anything else, it's kind of hard. Reddit is the best place to find good ideas, but like Christmas streams, Halloween streams, birthday streams, fundraiser streams, it was hard to find good ideas. So I thought, well, I can generate, like, come up with my own ideas. And I don't want to say generate because that makes it sound like I was using AI. I was using my brain and the internet, coming up with my own ideas and then using the internet as a resource to either find or craft new ideas. And I was thinking that was going to be a great channel idea because I didn't see anyone really doing it aside from like subathon ideas videos, and plenty of people. There are tons of Twitch streamers from big to small, and I thought that there would be plenty of audience there for people looking to do something different with their streams, because tons of people just stream games. They just stream whatever game they feel like, and it's really hard to build an audience that way. So I thought that I could give them ideas for things that would make it more fun, involve the audience a little bit more. But yeah, all of that ended whenever I realized how exhausting it was to try to find all the B-roll that I would need, find or create, because I also, for a couple of clips, mostly I did not have clips from whenever I actually was streaming to be able to use, so I had to like feign streaming and create clips on my own. Anyway, so I did one video like that, a couple of life advice videos, a couple of Pokemon facts videos, like sort of, I was gonna do art challenges, and I ended up doing more like art, I like upcycling, repurposing. I made a video where I turned my bulk Pokemon cards, well, like a bunch of energy cards, into a piece of art, and then for Valentine's Day I turned a Pokeball tin into like an art piece, and it turned out really good. And I really thought that that was gonna be it, that was my path, or like that was what I was going to be able to end up doing. And if I just wrote fun scripts and kept it engaging, that would be like, that was my niche, that I found it. But creating a new art piece every week and having to, I don't have really a table space to do it on, so I had to do it on the floor, and it was physically and creatively exhausting. So I gave myself permission to come back to this channel, which, the only reason that I felt like I had to do something more exciting or something different in the first place is because a channel like this is harder to monetize, because when you're making sleep or relaxation content, you can't have mid-roll ads. And that can hurt monetization, of course, and you can't really have, I'm sure you can have sponsorships, but you would have to put them at the beginning of the video, because that's another thing where if it's in the middle of the video, then, or the end, then it disrupts the flow. And overall, it just, I'm not against people having sponsorships at all, and I may in the future have them, but when you're trying to make a content about relaxation and then you throw in an ad for HelloFresh, and like I said, I am absolutely not opposed to it, but it just doesn't feel like it fits very well. And again, it would have to be at the beginning of the video, and I don't really see any sleep content creators having sponsorships, so I don't know. So I would have to rely probably a lot more on Patreon, like in the future when I build my audience. And I didn't want to have to go down that route because I feel bad asking people to like help me. And of course, I would, when I do eventually go set one up and make that happen. Um, it'll be, I will never, ever, ever pressure anyone, any of my audience to help me, and I'll probably also try to sell merch and things like that, stickers or whatever that I design, just to have something else, because I want you to be able to get value. And not that Patreon wouldn't include, of course it would include value, that's like the whole point. Each tier that you subscribe to has like its own set of benefits, and that I'm excited about coming up with ideas for that. And if you happen to have any ideas, please let me know, because I want to know what y'all want to see, what y'all would be interested in, what would make you feel like you were getting your money's worth on that. But, and of course, that's probably quite a ways off, at least several months. But I don't know, it's definitely worth thinking about now. But anyway, yeah, that's why I felt like I had to have content that was easier to add ads to, like mid-roll ads to, and get sponsorships for. But I also just really like the idea of being able to be here and do this for people, because I think it's something that really helps a lot of people. And even if it doesn't get, even if it's harder to monetize, or it doesn't get as appreciated, I'll feel proud and satisfied and fulfilled if I can at least help a few people. If I can help them relax, sleep, whatever it is that you need. That'll help me feel fulfilled. And I think that finding that sense of fulfillment is important for something like YouTube, because you truly do not know how long you're going to be doing this for free. Because it's basically just a hobby when you're small, and you're putting in a lot of effort recording, potentially scripting, editing, making a thumbnail and clickable title, just to have, you know, a few people watch. And every person that watches my videos, I am so grateful for. Like, I posted a Pokemon sleep story a couple of nights ago, and it got 10 views in the first 12 hours, and that was so exciting for me. And that's nothing compared to a big creator, but that's okay. I don't need it to be big. I just need my content to be able to be there for people that would benefit from it. And that's enough to keep me going, at least for now. And it may not be, all I want to do is just make enough from my YouTube career to be able to live a comfortable life. I definitely do not need to be rich. I just want to be comfortable and have a little bit of freedom to do this full time and move to a city that I'd be happier in, things like that. And I will work my butt off to get to that point. And until then, it's just you and me wandering around this Halo 1 looking version of Ark together. The clouds look really good though. It looks like a real cloud. And I know exactly the setting that would make all of this look better. It's the resolution scale. But every time I try to turn it up, I can't record anything anymore. Wouldn't it be cool if we came across the unicorn? So until, like I was saying, until that day when I can get a graphics card that can handle uh, recording at better than 1 frame per minute, then we're stuck with this looking arc, and that's okay. We're gonna be walking around Aberration today. I have sort of a base set up here. I think I'm accidentally crouching. My bad. I have a base set up here because I was doing a challenge playthrough where I was going to be playing with every dino being an alpha, as like a 100 days trial, and I ended up not finishing that. I think I made it to like day 80 something, which is pretty good, especially considering obviously playing with every dino being an alpha is pretty darn difficult. But so because I had downloaded a mod where you could basically make every single wild dino spawn in as an alpha. And so all these dinos that I had over here were alphas, but since I disabled the mod, they've reverted into their normal forms. But they had like insane amounts of health. But of course, because of that, knocking them out and taming them was very difficult. But these Spinos I had gotten, and that Megalosaurus, that Ravager, I had gotten to get rock drake eggs, only to take them home, put them in my incubator, not incubator, but in front of the air conditioners, and find out that the alpha rock drake eggs that spawn in via the mod don't hatch into anything because they're not like real eggs. So that was unfortunate because then I couldn't get a rock drake at all, and I had to try to figure out how I was going to beat the game without rock drakes. And then at some point after that, which I imagine would mean that I probably wouldn't be able to get a Reaper either. I've never actually tamed a Reaper in the normal game, but I imagine that with not, with birthing animals, creatures, oh my goodness, this is such a weird topic of conversation, but if the eggs don't hatch into anything, then I feel like the Reaper birthing process wouldn't turn into anything either. But just a theory. I didn't get a chance to try it because right around then was the time that I stopped playing because I realized that if every video that I made took 100 hours to make, then it was going to take months to get out every new video. And I didn't want to have to wait months between videos. I wanted to do something, have a niche that would grow a little faster than that. Plus, ARC is kind of, not that it's unpopular, but as far as YouTube videos go, there's not. Now, don't get me wrong, I love a good ARC challenge video, and there's several really good creators in that space. Like, I've watched some videos from Justify is really good because he makes really funny content, and it's like really well written. The storytelling is really great because he does it from the perspective of like criticizing his character, or at least like I'm picturing. He had this video where he played 100 days at level 1, and he was just constantly criticizing how useless his little level 1 character was, and I thought that was funny. And then Granty is another one. Of course, there's like Syntac, but I think he's just making pretty normal Let's Plays nowadays, just with mods. Who else? There's this duo, I can't remember their names right now, but they make videos where, based on specified rules, they'll go and tame dinos and then have them fight each other. They're pretty fun to watch. But if you go and look at those channels, other than Syntac, I think he's got 1 million subscribers, but he's been around for a long time, and I think he had said that he's put like 17,000 hours into ARC, at least. So unless you've already been in the space, he's a very dominant creator in that space. So without that backing you up, it's kind of hard to break through. And not that it's hard to become popular as an art creator, but just being an art creator kind of means that you won't be super popular overall, at least from what I've seen. So all that being said, it's not really worth putting several months into each video. Not that I need to be popular, but it's just I'd like to be able to make a living off of my content, and that's hard to do when nobody's watching it. But anyway, back to the original point. It was fun to play with everything being an alpha, and it's kind of funny because that was actually I've never started on Aberration, so that was my first time starting on Aberration versus starting on another map and traveling to Aberration to do things. So my first experience doing all of that from scratch, like hunting dinos that'll help me hunt drakes, and it was a very intense experience. I'd like to play Aberration the normal way. One of these days I will. But for now, we're just gonna walk around and explore. I'm not really sure where I'm going. Just as I usually do with these, just kind of going wherever looks interesting. And I try not to make... I do have God mode on, so if we do fall, we'll be fine. But to keep things as calm and unexciting as possible, I like to not make big jumps. But it looks like we're kind of stuck on this ledge, I think. So down we go. Whee! And because this is Aberration, we'll probably have quite a few instances where we need to make big jumps like that. And if we get down too far, we may not be able to get back up, but oh well. The farther down we go, the farther down we just explore, and that's fine. And it's good that we're starting in the green zone, because the only way to go here from here is down. Well, mostly anyway. There's some space up that bridge up there, the portal's around here somewhere. And I have the dinos set to ignore me, so they won't bother us. And I also turned my sensitivity way down because I have a really bad habit of moving the camera way too fast, which can be pretty jarring for a video like this. So sometimes if I get too close to something and I have to move the camera really slow to turn around, I apologize. It might be... Oh, I love the way aberrant dinos glow. It's so pretty. This is such a beautiful map, especially at night. But even during the day, there's so much to look at. The rocks and the trees, and I got distracted from what I was talking about. But, oh yeah, the sensitivity. But it's fine, because the sensitivity makes most of this really good. Kind of like an ambient exploration type of video. Like a zebra. Survival-wise, I wonder what the purpose of bioluminescence is on this map. Maybe it's so that they blend in with the mushrooms, because the mushrooms glow? But wouldn't it be better to just be completely dark? That way predators can't see you? You know? Because what is the survival benefit? Or glow pets. What is the survival benefit to glowing? It seems like it makes you a much easier target, considering especially that glow pets are very much prey animals. Sorry, it's kind of a gruesome sight. But what's the benefit? And what's the benefit of bioluminescence in the real world? It doesn't happen very often, and a lot of times it's just bacteria? Or no. Well, it's like tiny creatures that aren't really like intellectually advanced, but still. Man, there's a whole lot going on that we'd want to avoid. We're back to the water. I'd like to make my way toward the blue zone, but I can't quite remember which way to go. If I can get back to my base, I think I can figure it out. Right now, it is really dark and a bit difficult to see. I'm pretty sure my base is over there. Oh yeah, because there's my stego. Okay, in that case, I need to go this way. I also have a habit of walking too fast. And I think whenever I play, my movement speed is the first thing that oh my goodness, I can't talk. My movement speed is the first thing that I level up, so ooh, I forgot about the mushrooms. I am so sorry. This is not a pleasant sight. I need to be careful of that. I thought that God mode would protect me from the mushrooms, but evidently not. And that is not a fun thing to witness when you're trying to fall asleep, I'm sure. Definitely going to have to darken the screen during the editing part of this video. I also turned off screen shake so the earthquakes will be audible but not visible, because screen shake is kind of obnoxious. Especially when you're just minding your own business at your base and some Bronto or even just a Triceratops is outside making your screen constantly shake. And there's nothing you can do about it because you're level 3 and you can't kill the thing. I think that bulb dog just spawned in front of me. He's not gonna last long. Okay, so it should be this way, I believe. I also really love the vibe of kind of the solar punk thing, where there's old architecture, old structures being overgrown by plants. I think I really like that type of aesthetic. Although some of this just looks old and rusty and not overgrown by plants, but... This way? Everywhere you look, there's something being attacked by something else. Yeah, I think this is right. At least these parasaurs are living peacefully. Raptors. I love raptors. They're terrifying when you don't have any defense against them, but they are beasts. They can take on anything if you have a pack of decently leveled raptors. He looks like he's walking with so much purpose. I recently picked up a mobile game again that I played like 10 years ago. Well, probably more than that, because it came out in 2011. And I believe I started playing it whenever it came out. It's called Dragon Veil. And I started playing it because I love dragons. And it's one of those... what's the word for the games where kind of like you have like a park or farm or whatever, depending on the type of game it is. And you have to, over time, collect, like, it's like Planet Zoo with dragons. And for for the phone, for mobile, which means that it involves a lot of waiting around for things to happen, things to finish building, dragons to finish breeding and hatching. And that waiting starts pretty early. As soon as you're done with the tutorial, you're already waiting like an hour or two for the next type of dragon to hatch and their habitat to finish building. So I only picked it up yesterday, but I ended up not being able to get very far before I had to put it down and just wait for things to happen. But then I went and made several alt accounts so that I can gift myself gems every day, which is how these games are meant to be played, I think. So now at least I've got a little more I can do each time I pick up the game. So I can do what I need to do every day 4 times, one for each park. I also have been trying to get back into Pokemon Unite, but it's really hard to play on my phone because every time I try to play it, my hands cramp up. And I have a Switch, but my Joy-Cons, my controllers for the Switch do not, they have really bad stick drift. So it always thinks I'm trying to aim my attacks where I'm not trying to aim my attacks, and for a multiplayer game, that makes things pretty rough. What else? There's something else that I picked up again recently. Actually, I might just be thinking about Pokemon TCG Pocket. Oh, I need a zipline. Hang on, let me fix this issue real quick. Okay, we should be good now. Oh, I forgot I need gas. Hang on. Alright, take 2. There we go. What a view. And I should have been able to just go down without the motor attachment, I think. But we'll probably need it later anyway. And if I do need to get back up somewhere, maybe I'll spawn myself in a crossbow and some zipline anchors. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it. Alright. Moving on, moving on. Going across the zip lines is so fun. Oh, you know what else I've been getting back into lately is collecting Pokemon cards. And actually, I hadn't really touched it in years since the X and Y expansion, and then, or one of the X and Y expansions, and then I got back into it like 2 years ago, and oh my goodness, okay, I guess we're gonna be collecting mushrooms before we can take the zip line. There we go. Oh. So yeah, got back into it 2 years ago, collected a bunch of Sword and Shield stuff, not enough Evolving Skies, which if you don't know anything about Pokemon card collecting, Evolving Skies was a set that had a very expensive Umbreon card, a very expensive, very desirable card, and therefore everyone was buying it out, driving up the prices, and it would have been a good set to invest in, but mostly missed out on it. So, but that's okay. And then once Scarlet and Violet came out, I stepped away. I wasn't really interested in collecting those sets, but apparently I should not have stepped away because now that this new set called Prismatic Evolutions is out, oh, the Umbreon from that set is already, the set's not even out of print. It just keeps getting quickly bought out by scalpers. But currently, the Umbreon from that set is $1,600, I think? Somewhere very close to that, which is absolutely ridiculous. It is beautiful. All of the EV Evolution cards from that set are gorgeous. And I'd love to have them. And it's actually crazy. I was scrolling through the cards from that set and looking at their values. I don't know that there's been a Pokemon set, maybe ever, with cards, with so many cards of such a high value. Especially a set that's modern and not vintage. I don't think, other than like first edition base set, which maybe can compare to that. I'm not even sure. I mean, I guess so, because I guess so, but still, but for a modern, especially for a set that just came out, that is crazy. And also, I was looking at the values of, I used to buy booster boxes whenever I was young, because you could get 36 packs of Pokemon cards in a booster box for $90. They were $90 back then for a booster box, which is crazy. Very, very occasionally you can still find a booster box that kind of compares to that price, but not for any good sets. But man, I should have left those booster boxes closed. I should have left them sealed. I mean, I don't regret opening them because I had so much fun opening them, and I didn't know as a kid that there was going to be worth so much later on, but last time I checked how much my Platinum Arceus booster box was worth now, it's worth $8,000, I think. Bought it for $90. That's a pretty big return on my investment. But I mean, at least I pulled some pretty high value cards out of that set. I'm nowhere near that value, but definitely more. They're worth more than I paid for the booster box. Worth more now than I paid for the booster box then. So ultimately, I got my $90 back. Well, in spirit, because I haven't sold them. But I'm so sentimentally attached to my Pokemon cards because I've got so much history with them, such good memories. I don't want to let that go. And selling is not the easiest, especially selling sealed is a lot easier than selling cards, individual cards. Because sealed has a much bigger audience. You've got the people who want to collect sealed, you've got the people who want to open, and you've got the people who want to like buy them as a gift. But when you're buying single cards, you have to find someone, like, yes, it could be worth more if you get the right card, but you have to find exactly the right collector who wants your specific card and is willing to pay that much money. Like, right now, there's people who are willing to spend like $30,000 to $50,000 to open a booster box of the Pokemon base set, and every booster box that it gets opened is one less that exists in the world. They're not making more. Logically, there will always, constantly, day by day, be less sealed product and more singles. Because the amount of graded singles is going to keep going up the more that people are opening sealed product. And then naturally, the more people are opening sealed product, the more that the number of those that exist go down. So, but you have to be the right kind of person to invest and hold sealed product because you have to have the willpower to not touch it, to not let yourself open it, which can be really difficult. It's tempting, especially when you think you might get something really big, but then that just goes back to, even if you do get the big thing, yes, it'll be worth a lot more, but it's harder to find a buyer. And but if you knew that you were going to get like that $1,600 Umbreon card, it would be worth it because you can find a buyer for it. But odds are you will not get that $1,600 Umbreon card, and you will end up with a couple of cents, like a 10-cent random holo, and then you will have wasted a pack that would have been more valuable if left sealed. But that's just my 2 cents. Obviously, if you're into that stuff, then you want to invest in what makes you happy, because you want to feel proud and satisfied looking at your collection that you've got on display. Mine's on display, but in my closet. Ooh, shoot, how am I gonna get down there? Oh, I need to go that way. And I am very proud of my collection, and I love looking at it, flipping through my top loader binder with my best cards in it, showing off my online portfolio to people. And so it's something that I can be proud of. So ultimately, if it makes you happier to collect the single cards, then go for it. Collect the single cards. You can always sell them to a card shop, if nothing else. Of course, they'll only give you like 30 to 50 cents on the dollar, but if you can find the right buyer on eBay or something, then there you go. You can get all your money. I am not sure how to get down there without just falling, so I guess we're just gonna... Sorry, warning, exciting. Whee! That was fun. Such a beautiful map. I know I keep saying that, but it really is. And this is evolved, not ascended. Ooh, should I take it? They shouldn't notice me. They probably won't notice me take it. They sure didn't. Alright, free egg. Now if I can remember which way that bridge to the blue zone was. I think it was to the left, but I thought I'd be able to see it if I walked over here, but I can't really see anything. I could walk down this way. It's not too terribly exciting. Not too steep. Not a fan of being jerked around by the earthquake. Oh, okay, we are gonna fall a little bit. This is pretty. Let me wait out the earthquake. Alright, that's better. Now we can go back to peacefully observing the surroundings. Wow. I wonder if this would be more peaceful if I was just doing one of those walking long plays. There's a rock drake all the way out here. Oh, hello, buddy. I love rock drakes. They're so fun. And I really like their design. I love the iridescent feathers. When there's an event going on, oh my gosh, that's my favorite time to collect rock drake. Well, my favorite time to collect dinos in general. Because obviously they're pretty, but rock drakes. They are some great dinos to collect during an event. Alright, buddy, I'll see you later. He blends in pretty well. That green blends in super well with those bushes. That's awesome. I feel like I'm walking through like Disney World or something. Like, it's just so cool. It reminds me of, oh, you know what's a good one is at Universal, if you're going on the ET ride, the line that you, because right, Disney and Universal make the lines for their rides cool. That way you have something to enjoy while you're waiting an hour to ride one ride. And this reminds me of the ET ride at Universal. Kind of the dark, but like dark with plants and rocks and stuff that, oh, a shine horn. Shine horns are the best light pets. Prove me wrong. They're just so cute. I'd love to have a little pygmy goat in real life. Oh my gosh. Shine on, buddy. I forgot what I was talking about. I think it was done anyway. Man, they don't make the most pleasant sounds, do they? I love that there's plenty of ways that you can just walk up and down, like ramps going from the top to the bottom. There were a couple times, of course, as you saw, I'm sure, or heard, where I had to jump down, but that was just because I didn't have the patience to try to find the path. Ooh. A megalosaurus. Oh, I don't even have anything to say during this part. I just want to look at everything. You know what I did want to talk about though is my one of my biggest pet peeves in media is the time travel trope. So, because it rarely ever makes sense when they try to use it. For example, I don't know if you've seen The Flash, and if you have, this is going to be spoilers. Oh, I walked through more mushrooms, sorry. At least this one's less trippy. But anyway, spoilers for the end of season 1 of The Flash. But, I need this effect to go away. Okay, that's better. Oh, good morning, sir. So, anyway, the end of season 1 of The Flash. Basically, that whole season, the bad guy turns out to be this guy from the future. And so, in order to ultimately defeat this bad guy who killed Barry's mom and caused all these problems, the ultimate way that they defeat him is because it turns out one of the characters is the ancestor of the guy from the future. So he offs himself in order to make that future guy not exist. Because if he never if he never had kids, then ultimately future bad guy could not exist. However, if future bad guy doesn't exist, then he couldn't have gone back in time to kill Barry's mom and cause all those problems in the first place, which means that the the police guy who was the ancestor of the bad guy never would have done what he did and offed himself, and therefore if he hadn't done that, then we're back to bad guy existing again. And we could go in a loop like that over and over, but there's no solving that. I don't think I've ever noticed that there are anglerfish in this lake. Also, this is the most clear lake ever. Ooh. Something is making some weird noises. Ooh, a Dimetrodon. But yeah, so because a lot of pieces of media that try to do the time travel thing make that same mistake. So I generally get annoyed whenever I see the time travel trope being tried to be used at all, because the logical inconsistencies really bug me. But if you have a trope like that that is a pet peeve of yours, I'd love to know. Unless you're trying to fall asleep, in which case that is the priority. But if you happen to be awake, I'd be curious to know. What are your media pet peeves? Another one, not a media pet peeve, but a general pet peeve, a language pet peeve, if you will, is... Sorry, I did not mean to punch there. I'm holding my controller in a really weird way. Ooh, pretty. A language-based pet peeve for me is when people pronounce the word niche as niche. And maybe I would too, if I hadn't learned back in 6th grade that it was pronounced as niche. But the reason it bothers me is because so many people do it and no one ever corrects them. Like so many YouTubers and stuff. I've watched a lot of videos on finding your niche because it was something I struggled with for a long time. Still kind of do. I'm still figuring it out, and I'm not trying to be like holier than thou with this. Not at all. It is not my intention. It's just, I don't know. It's just something, because so many people do it, just something that really bugs me. And it's not important. It doesn't affect anything except my ears. But I don't know, just like a random... That's why it's just a pet peeve. It's not something that hurts me or hurts anybody else. Just something that's kind of bothersome to hear. Oh, you know what else? I found my Pokewalkers yesterday from... if you've ever played Pokemon games, if you played Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it's those little, what's the word? Pedometers that they included with the games, where you could put transfer a Pokemon from your game into the pedometer, which is shaped like a Pokeball, or shaped like a flat Pokeball. But put them into the pedometer and then walk around with it, and then your Pokemon would collect things for you. And I don't remember if it would level up in there or not, but would like find items and you could bring them back into your game. And it was so cool. You could have your Pokemon with you. And there's even a creepypasta that I read that involves a Pokewalker that had a creepy Gardevoir, I think. I don't remember the story of the creepypasta about that Gardevoir, but it definitely existed. But my Pokewalkers don't have anything creepy in them, I hope. I don't have the right kind of battery to be able to turn them on, but I've got them, and they're pretty valuable, I think. I'm not ever gonna sell mine, but because I have two, because I have Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I'm cool like that. No, I'm just kidding. But because I had originally gotten Pokemon Heart Gold, that was actually the first Pokemon game I ever played because I used to think that Pokemon was just for the boys. I was so wrong. Pokemon's for the girls. And the boys, I guess. But, so I'd gotten Pokemon Heart Gold and played it, absolutely loved it. For some reason, I named my Typhlosion Jaguar. I could not tell you what I was thinking. I was in 5th grade, so don't judge me too hard, please. But I didn't finish Soul Silver because I got that later on as a Christmas present from a family friend, and now I realize I absolutely adore Lugia, so now I would probably pick Soul Silver. But I also, because I started with Ho-Oh, I have a connection to Ho-Oh, so I have a hard time picking my favorite out of those two. But Lugia is just so darn cool. But Ho-Oh doesn't get enough love. I don't know. But yeah, I never finished Pokemon Soul Silver. Maybe I should. But it's hard to find the time to sit down and play games, you know? Well, it's ironic that I'm saying that while playing a game, but I'm doing it for a very specific purpose. Oh, you know what else? The creators of It Takes Two just came out with a new game, a new co-op game, and they had originally made, I think it's called A Way Out? No Way Out? I think it's A Way Out. And that's a co-op game that I actually never got a chance to play, but I've played It Takes Two several times with different people, and it is an amazing game. It's such a good game. And so now they came out with a new one that's based on two women who I guess are friends, and they're both writers. One of them writes sci-fi and one of them writes fantasy. And oh, I'm so excited. I'm excited for both of it, but especially like the fantasy elements. There's dragons. There's dragons in it. I just have to figure out who I'm gonna play it with. And I'm pretty sure I know who I'm gonna play it with. I was talking to him about it earlier today, but we'll see, because it's also $50, and that means that I have to find the money. But hopefully soon. I'm very excited. It looks really cool. And we already know that those developers can make really good co-op games, so... Oh, I walked through another bad mushroom. Okay, there we go. And it takes forever. Oh, is that a rock drake? Sure is. Didn't even notice him. Usually it's not hard to see them at all, but he is actually sitting still for once. Something around here is loud. Whoa, did I just walk through a rock? No. Anyway, so we already know they can create some really awesome co-op games, so I'm really excited to see what they've done with this one. But until then, I also got Planet Zoo, because I would love to make some Planet Zoo videos, sleep videos in the future, so I figured that was worth the investment. I think it'll be a relaxing game to actually play, versus it'll be a little different from the walking and talking videos because I'll be actually doing something other than just walking around looking at things. But I think it'll be interesting. Let's wait out this earthquake real quick. Anyway, I'm glad that those I keep wanting to say hurricanes. Glad that those earthquakes don't last very long. This is not the way. But still, they move you around a lot. I would just walk through them, except for the constant jerking around is not visually very fun to watch. Ooh, almost walked off a cliff there. I'm not sure how to get... I want to get down to the red zone, but for the life of me, I cannot remember how to get there. It's a very specific spot. It's not as easy to get to as the blue zone. I have to check my map. Oh, I thought for sure I marked the red zone. Also, the side of my map is cut off for some reason, the left side. I don't know why. Maybe my resolution is not what it should be, but should be, because everything else in my heads-up display seems to fit properly. Shoot, I can't remember where the red zone is. I feel like it's this way. I'm just gonna go for it. Sorry. Excuse my character. Whee! What a nice... I should have gotten parachutes. At least then I could float around. He's got little boots, little stripy boots. Do the purple crystals lead to the red zone? Because blue plus red is purple. We'll find out. This is great proof of how little I know this map. It's honestly, it's a scary map. It's very beautiful, but it is a little scary. I feel like, shoot, I don't know if left or right. This way. Trust in my gut on where I think I remember the red zone being. And you may be watching and laughing at me right now as I go totally the wrong way, but that's okay. We'll find out. Oh my gosh, there's so much to look at. This map was so well designed. I was just gonna go, because my first two walking and talking videos were on the island, and I was gonna go to Scorched Earth since that's the next map in the story order. But I figure a walking and talking video is not gonna be very fun there, because once you've seen one patch of desert, you've seen it all. And the weather events probably won't be that fun either. So it is probably not a very good map for this kind of thing. And I can definitely understand why a lot of people don't really like it in general, because again, there's not much variety in biomes, and the weather events are constant and very obstructive. Especially the sandstorm, when it puts sand in your pockets, or the heat wave, the super heat wave, where it kills you. But that's the only time you can find phoenixes, so... But then trying to find a darn phoenix, especially when heat waves can be 12 hours, real life hours apart. Oh my gosh, trying to find a phoenix. Phoenix hunting is so difficult. The only time I've managed to find one is whenever I was flying around, and for some reason, on my screen only, not my partner's screen, on my screen only, the phoenix was above the ground. And on his screen, there was nothing to be seen, but like ultimately, it was supposed to be below ground. I found the red zone! I did it! Now I just have to figure out how to safely get down there. Other side? Oh, there's... Okay, let's try this way. I told you I could do it. So what we had to do... we built the phoenix trap around it, and basically what I was doing was just like sitting there keeping an eye on it, not going out of render distance or anything because I did not want to lose it. And then he was going off, because we were in the same room, he was going off of my screen to figure out where exactly it was. And in hindsight, what we could have done was gotten a parasaur and have it detect wild dinos, because they can detect the phoenix under the ground. But we didn't do that. So we built Phoenix Trap, but what we didn't know is that the phoenix will just blow through a roof. So when you're building the Phoenix Trap around a phoenix that's in the ground, you have to make it like 2 stories, 2 levels. So he blew through the roof and was flying around, and again. So he blew through the roof and started flying away. So, and we didn't know about the rare flower thing that you're supposed to do, where you eat a rare flower and it makes the phoenix attack you so that it won't fly away. So we were just flying around on our fire wyverns and trying to hunt this thing down. But it was so fast, and it tamed so slow, so we weren't able to tame it, and we just had to. But thankfully, we kept an eye on it. We found where the ashes fell, built a proper trap with 2 levels around the new spot, and we're able to tame that phoenix. And it was worth all the trouble because it was a max level event colored phoenix with a blue belly, and it was so pretty and it was so powerful. Of course, it was only a decoration dino for us, but all the same, it was a really nice find and worth all the trouble. Unlike our misadventures with Quetzals in the past. Ugh. The Quetzals were not worth it. The Phoenix is like a trophy dino, especially on a multiplayer server. So having a Phoenix that was event colored and was max level was the ultimate trophy. That was really nice. And it was all because of some weird glitch where it was above ground on my screen, even though it physically wasn't because you couldn't touch it. Amazing. One of the few times that this game has blessed me instead of cursed me. Did I already lose where the red zone was? That way, right? I think. Which way should I be walking to get down into it? I'm not sure. Maybe I should have just jumped. Because I want to have a slow descent into the red zone rather than a quick dive into the element pools. This map is definitely the most difficult to navigate because it's vertical instead of horizontal. Okay. I didn't even think about it, but I'm just hoping that radiation doesn't affect me in God mode. We'll see. Only one way to find out. I don't think it'll hurt me, but still the clicking and the screen effects will be too annoying. So if it does happen, we just won't explore the red zone. Or, no, what I can do is I can spawn in a hazard suit so that we can at least go in and see it. I don't want to have to skip it. If we can ever find it. Oh my goodness. I feel like I definitely went the wrong way. It's a little scary. He like shakes his head like, oh, no fish today. You know what I might do tonight after I'm done recording is go ahead and I've been trying to not buy things other than the Pokemon cards I just bought, but that's an investment. That is an investment. But I'm really thinking about getting that co-op game. Shoot, what is it called? Split fiction. That's what it's called. Because the two girls are writers. They write fiction. Really thinking about it. And asking my buddy if he wants to play it tonight. It just looks so fun. Oh, I didn't even know it was coming out. And then I was on Steam today buying Planet Zoo. And I saw it. Although, if I record a Planet Zoo playthrough tonight, and then I can have all day tomorrow to play the other game. I don't know, we'll see. Definitely do wanna, at least this week, try out a playthrough of Planet Zoo for the sake of a video, and then if y'all do enjoy it, I'd be happy to make more. And you know what? A memory came back to me either yesterday or today, I don't remember anymore. But basically, I've lived my entire life on spite. So, and I can think of 3 examples right off the top of my head. One of them, the memory that came back to me was, so whenever I was, gosh, I don't even remember how old I was. I was a kid, like maybe 10 or less. And I was at Denny's. Typical American hooligan going to Denny's. And I got the Lumberjack Special, which is a pretty big breakfast plate. And it had, I don't remember everything it had. I'm pretty sure it had pancakes and maybe a biscuit, and then of course it had like sausage, ham, and bacon. And oh, maybe toast, not biscuit, but it had quite a lot. Oh, and eggs, of course. And the waitress came around, and oh my gosh, my character will not stop pooping. The waitress came around, and she was like, "Are you sure you're gonna be able to finish that, honey?" Wait, let me do it in a southern accent. "You sure you're gonna be able to finish that, honey? It's pretty big." I don't know what that... That's a pretty big plate. So, sorry, please. Maybe pretend I never did that. Anyway. And in that moment, my little brain went, now I'm definitely gonna finish it. I'm gonna prove this lady wrong. It's not like she was trying to insult me. But I took it as an insult. And I wolfed down the entire plate. And I'm pretty sure I already intended to, but like now I knew I had to. I could not have leftovers. I finished that entire plate. And similarly, I did the same thing in Germany whenever I was on a school-sponsored trip. My parents were there because my mom was a teacher, and my boyfriend at the time was there, and he told me, so we were in Germany, so German food, right? Ugh, German food. The only things on my plate were sausage and sauerkraut. Really big, 2 big pieces of sausage, and half a giant plate full of sauerkraut. I don't like sauerkraut or sausage, and it was a lot of food. Like, it was an American-sized serving, which is kind of surprising now that I know what European-sized servings usually look like. And my boyfriend told me there was no way I was going to be able to eat all that food. Naturally, at that moment, I knew I had to finish everything on my plate. Oh, yikes. This poor guy is not supposed to be stretched out like that. And I did it. I finished everything on my plate. Because I had, that relationship was kind of toxic on both ends. We were in high school. But it was not healthy. But there was one more memory that I recently unlocked, and I can't remember. I wrote it down. I've already been here, haven't I? I know that. Why did I want to call him a megalophone? What? Megalosaurus. Shoot, I've wandered way far away from the red zone. Yeah. Okay, back. That way. Let me look at what I wrote down while we wait out this earthquake. Okay, I found it. I found my note. The other thing that I did out of spite. So I have gotten 21 piercings over my life, which you wouldn't know by looking at me because a couple of them have been re-pierced and several of them I took out because they weren't, like, after months and months and months, they weren't healing. But, so when I only had 4, my regular lobe piercings and then my second lobe piercings, so a total of 4, 2 for each ear. I went into, this was my freshman year of college, I went into a tattoo shop to go and get 7 more piercings because I wanted my third lobe on each ear, and then I wanted 2 cartilage piercings on each ear, and then I wanted my belly button pierced. So I walked into the shop, I told them I wanted 7 piercings. Oh, and here's the reason I was doing 7 at once. Because it was spring break and I was with my best friend who was in from out of town. She was going into college 4 hours away from me at the time. And the tattoo shop had $5 piercings on Wednesdays. Oh my gosh, again. Okay, anyway. They had $5 piercings on Wednesdays. And I was there at spring break with my best friend, so we wanted to get as many done on the same day as we could. Or, well, just all the ones that we wanted, because I wasn't going to go by myself later on, so. And she, of course, was in from out of town, so it's not like she could take advantage of this at any other time. So, I walked into the shop, told the lady at the front that I wanted 7 piercings. And she looks me up and down, and goes, "You know if you faint, we're not going to refund you, right? We're going to stop piercing and we're not going to refund you." And I was like, oh, this girl, oh, I'm going to prove her wrong. And I did. And I handled it like a champ, even as my ears were pouring blood. Sorry, it's a little graphic. But let me just say it was not a pretty sight for me or my best friend who got, I can't remember how many piercings she got. She got several though. It was not a pretty sight, but we did it. We proved that lady wrong, and I was so proud of myself. Oh, it's just, there's no better motivator than someone telling you can't do something. And nowadays, I feel like I'm a lot more apt to just go, you know what, you're right, I can't do it. Which I need to get back to my old self, because absolutely no one can tell me what I can and can't do. I often tell myself what I can and can't do, but other than that, no one can tell me what I can and can't do. I just try to be realistic with myself. But, yeah, spite. Ooh. Like I said, no better motivator than someone telling you what you can't do. I'm getting back to the red zone. See, it's because you told me I couldn't do it. Just kidding. You are very sweet and I'm very happy to have you here. Alright. Now we just have to get back to the point of figuring out how to safely get down there. Maybe at some point... Oh, this is actually a pretty good spot, other than the fight that's happening down there. Oh, I fell. I didn't know Spinos and Carnos fought each other. I thought that they were... because they're both predators. And I guess they do. Alright, time to find out if radiation affects me. I may actually be deep enough that it would affect me if it was going to, but maybe not. Oh, the carnal one. That's a surprise. Maybe the Spino was weak. I will be honest. Whenever I was trying to record the challenge video, I had a couple moments where I died in the radiation zone, and the dino that killed me broke all of my hazmat gear. And of course, I was really deep in, so I would need more hazmat gear to get down there, and making that hazmat gear was really difficult because collecting those it's so frustrating. To build a gas collector, you have to have red gems, but to get red gems, you have to go to the red zone or follow around a roll rat, sorry. But the alpha roll rats from the alpha mod, another thing that the alpha mod did that I did not see coming, the alpha roll rats didn't dig up gems for some reason. They would dig, nothing would come out. So you can't build a gas collector without red gems. But you can't get red gems unless you go to the red zone. You can't go to the red zone without hazmat gear. You can't make hazmat gear without gas balls. You can't get gas balls without a gas collector. So it was a really annoying loop. But I found this spot on... Whoa. What is all that dust from? Also, I guess radiation doesn't affect me because I'm definitely gotta be deep enough now. I don't know what all this dust is from. Whoa, what is that? Oh, it's one of those. From the Arc Editions mod. Whoa. Oh shoot, I'm being affected by a new mushroom. Ugh, these dang mushrooms are driving me nuts. I ended up, whenever I got affected by the freezing spores earlier, I spawned in a bunch of aquatic mushrooms so that I could make the effect go by more quickly, because I don't like to record while the mushrooms are affecting me because it's doing kind of harsh things on the screen. I don't want that to bother you. But speaking of harsh things on the screen, I went looking for a command to make the mushrooms not affect me, but it seems such a command does not exist, so we're just gonna have to bear with it, I guess. Or stock up on a bunch, because these red mushrooms, the mushroom that helps negate the effect of the mushrooms down here in the red zone is the mushrooms that also put you to sleep. So once I get rid of the effect of the mushrooms down here, I'm then under the effect of the mushrooms that put you to sleep. So it's a lose-lose. Oh, look at them jumping out of the dirt, it's so cool. Anyway, lose-lose. So either way, there's always something happening on the screen, and I don't want flashing things on the screen while you're trying to sleep. Ugh. But we deal. I just will cut as much of that out as I can. And if I need to dim the screen a little bit, I will do that. I definitely will do that for the crazy psychedelic ones. I wonder if... I bet element wouldn't hurt me. Let's find out. Oh, I remember what I was saying. Oh, that's a pretty rock drake. Whoa. I remember what I was saying earlier. I was saying in my video that I was trying to record of the all dinos being alphas, 100-day challenge. I had an awful experience where I got killed in my hazmat gear way deep into the red zone, and I couldn't get back to my stuff, and my Megalosaurus was down there too, so I ended up losing everything, including that hazmat gear that I put so much time into making, and my Megalosaurus, whom I was very attached to. That really sucked. Like, sometimes this game can really make you emotional. Not the most fun thing. But when the game's not ruining your life, it can be enjoyable. Oh, again. Okay, I ended up just spawning in a hazmat suit. I was trying to avoid it because I didn't want it to block parts of the screen, the helmet, but the mushrooms, the mushrooms are getting to be too much. So, the more we can avoid it, the better. A jellyfish. How is there a jellyfish surviving in the element waters without weird mutations? I don't know. Shall we collect some plant species Z seeds? Oh, the plant still knows that I'm here even if dinosaurs don't. Interesting. It's not actually worth sitting around and waiting, but, well, maybe we can go tame a light pet. Although, having a light pet constantly making noises on my shoulder might get a bit annoying for the sake of trying to sleep. Or it may be peaceful. Ambient noise and all that. I think we've got enough ambient noise going on with the general sounds of the game. I want to get back to the big area where you can just dive straight down so we can see some rock drakes, but I think that was more this way. Somewhere. Well, is it? So I'd like to at least go visit some rock drake nests while we're here. But I can't remember. Oh. Can't remember how to get there. We're just doing all kinds of dangerous stuff. We're gonna dive back into the element pool. Oh, waterfall. I guess we're falling. I didn't mean for that to happen. But is this where we need to be? This isn't... This might be where there's... Oh my goodness. Another fight between Carnos and a Spino. A Featherlight. Whoa. Somewhere around here, there's gotta be rock drake nests. And if there are, there might still be those... Oh no, I bet the alpha eggs would have despawned whenever I took off the alpha mod, so I can't show you. But basically, they looked like Rex eggs. So, they weren't... Like, they didn't even look like rock drake eggs. They were the same size and color as Rex eggs. Oh, here we go. Okay, now I just have to figure out the right spot to drop down. Well, I guess we're just going this way. Because around here, there are drake nests. Quite the fall. I've had OBS closed this whole time, but now I'm looking at it and everything's looking pretty laggy, so I'm just praying that it doesn't come out that way in the recording. Editor Dova here. Unfortunately, all the footage after this point was pretty much messed up because my graphics card just could not capture this point. I don't know what was different about being at this depth of the map, but pretty much all of the footage is one frame at a time, like one frame every 15 seconds, super, super slow, except for this part that I'm showing right now. Whenever I got to the rock drake den, for some reason, this worked, and the rest of the walking around to get to this point did not work. And it wasn't even just the falling, which I could understand that because everything's moving really quickly, but just normal walking around after I fell down was... my computer couldn't keep up. I mean, there wasn't much that you missed anyway because I made it to this rock drake nest and got stuck in a rock before I could even try to grab an egg. And then at that point, I gave up and said goodnight. So instead, I'm going to go ahead and say goodnight now. I hope you had a wonderful time, and I really, really, really appreciate you being here. And I'm so glad that I could be a comforting voice to help you either fall asleep or just feel a little less lonely today. I very much enjoy making these, and I love the positive feedback that I get from you guys. But I really hope that my content genuinely helps you, and if it does, I'd love if you'd let me know, but if not, that's also completely okay. I'm just happy knowing that you're here and that I could bring a little bit of comfort to your life tonight. So anyway, thank you again, and hope you have a wonderful night, sweet dreams, and sleep well. Good night.